Good morning. That morning was very down. Good morning. Thank you for being more lively. Welcome to day 2 of our promoting intersectional research workshop. I hope everybody is well rested and ready to have conversations today. So today is going to be more interactive in terms of opening up space for more discussions. But given the conversations that we had yesterday, we were able to have a couple of case study authors present for us, sharing the work that has been done and also the synthesis report. And by the way, I'm going to remind everybody again, there's a QR code at the back of the program. You can access all the case study reports as well as the synthesis reports. So yesterday was a recap. We started off with the synthesis report that kind of gave a summation of the work and of the project so far, and also had two thematic focuses in terms of the case study reports. And we're going to continue today with 2 presentations of the case studies. But again, as I said, today is more about conversations, discussions, and making sure that some of the things that were highlighted yesterday, or some of the questions that we didn't get to answer yesterday, we are able to engage more with and come up with some recommendations and some solutions that we can take back to our different organizations here in the room. So I'm hoping
recording in progress
to have an engaging morning, and we are ready to listen with our notepads and our notebooks. And for the colleagues online, please do jot down your questions and we will get to them. We will try as much as possible to respond to them, or you can raise your hand so that we can see you on the big screen, turn on your camera so that we can engage a little bit more, and you can feel like you're in the room as well. Just a couple of notices. The Wi-Fi password is right there for those of you who are going to need to connect to the internet. We didn't announce that yesterday. So if you need internet connection, that's the Wi-Fi password. But we'll just head on and start with our program. So continuing with the discussions from yesterday and the case study reports, we are going to go into theme 3. The first 2 themes, one looked at inclusive governance. We're looking at violence, political, we had different forms of violence presented in terms of intersectionality and the approach to investigating them, from internet trolling on Twitter and misogynistic trends presented by Marian yesterday, to GBV presented yesterday, and also to political violence that was presented by Professor Fazana yesterday. So continuing with that, we also had a focus on climate and economic inclusive economies that was presented by Professor Mike Rogan, and we also had Srinjana also present for us from India, Srinjana and Kachan. So continuing from that, we are going to then go into theme 3 of our case studies, which is sexual and reproductive health and rights. And the very first presentation will be by Suhaila, who is a social research consultant. She will be presenting on navigating intersectional realities on Syrian refugees, sexual and reproductive health and rights in Lebanon. A bit more about Suhaila. She is a social researcher, medical anthropologist, and sexual and reproductive health and rights specialist based in Cairo, Egypt. She holds an MA in social anthropology and a BA in political science from the American University in Cairo. Currently, she is a social research consultant working on an IDRC-funded project titled the Gem Self Study with the American University of Beirut. She is also a founding member of the Eastern Mediterranean Federation of Sexual Health. With her advocacy roles, she focuses on intersectional feminism, structural violence, and gender justice. Throughout her career, she has worked on producing journal articles, technical reports, and proposals, case studies, like the one she's going to be presenting, evaluation reports, and training manuals. Her research style merges theoretical and fieldwork approaches. Suhaila, over to you. You have 30 minutes to present. Okay. Can we get Suhaila's slides?
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I think this is cool. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Can you hear me? I also have like some height issues, so let us just fix this. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see you all today, especially that the sun is shining. I want to start by recognizing the efforts of my fellow colleagues and mentors from AUB. This project was funded by IDRC a couple of years ago, which now translated into this case study on intersectionality. My colleagues are Lina Abu Habib. She's the director of the Asfari Institute of Civil Society and Citizenship. My other colleague and mentor is Dr. Faisal Ekak, who is an OBGYN. He's also a lecturer at AUB, and he is the president of the East Mediterranean Federation of Sexual Health. And last but not least, we have Emil Wahaibe, who is a PhD candidate, but also was the lead field researcher in our case study and our project. I want to start us off by giving some numbers on the destruction that has been taking place in the Middle East. Our case study is on Syrian refugees in Lebanon, but it's pre the escalations that are happening in Lebanon now, but it's also pre the October 7th destruction that has been taking place in the region. So according to Amnesty International, so far in Lebanon alone, there is 1.2 million displaced Lebanese persons. There is also 2,200 people dead or over that. There's 10,500 people injured so far. And in Palestine, there are 42,000 deaths, 93,000 injuries, 22,000 of which have life-changing injuries so far. These numbers are from WHO, from Amnesty International, and from UNFPA. But more importantly, in Palestine, there are over 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza alone. And in Lebanon, there are 11,000 pregnant women who are now facing displacement, hunger, and lack of shelter in both countries. Just wanted to start off on that note because it would not be intersectional if we don't recognize the hardships that are layering on top of layers that have already been in place for a very long time. So let us start by an outline. What I'll do today is that I'll give you an overview of our project because just like some of the cases yesterday, our project did not really start with what people call intersectionality as a robust framework, but we use theoretical approaches that are quite intersectional. And when I joined the project, that's the first thing I said. They were like, we're trying to look for a social sciences approach that kinds of clicks with our ecological model that we did so far. And I was like, this is so intersectional. You're looking at intersectionality, and that's where it started. And then we're going to move to some background and context about the Syrian refugee crisis in Lebanon, and then talk about intersectionality as research, design, method, data analysis, and then walk you through some key findings from our own research. And then I'd like for us to focus on intersectionality and praxis and in policy and advocacy for the core of our discussion after the presentation. And then I have a conclusion and my favorite quote to share with you, which I like to add to most of my presentations because it gives me hope. So, the project overview. Our project's title was mainly Reproductive Rights in Times of Conflict. It's a qualitative and exploratory in nature project. It uses in-depth interviews, focus group discussions, and participant observation. Its methodology was mainly a participatory action research method, but it then moved to being more than that. As we all know, once you get in the field, things change to the better most of the time, and that's what happened with us. So, a bit of background on the Syrian refugee crisis in Lebanon. The Syrian conflict is now over a decade old, and it has left millions displaced. In Lebanon, over 1.5 million Syrian refugees struggle for survival, from whom women and girls constitute more than 50% of the population. This representation focuses on the sexual and reproductive health and rights of these women, as they also make up of 50.5% of the Syrian refugees in Lebanon, with 1 in 5 refugee households being female-headed. That means that it's not just the majority, it's also a burden on these women to not just cater for their own needs, but also for their families' and households' needs. So, this landscape creates challenges that are added to their own living settings, because there are legal complexities in the legal system that does not adhere to their needs, whether it's paperwork, it's healthcare, it's housing, it's education, it's employment. These are all rooted in discriminatory frameworks that exist on the ground. I will take you through this a bit later, but that is the lay of the land. There is a very big sense of lack of autonomy and agency that these women have reflected in the focus group discussions. Most of the quotations range from, I feel like I have nothing to offer, I feel like I don't have a say. Just like the forestation project we discussed yesterday, there's a lot of conflict when it comes to the decision-making in their everyday life. They don't feel like they are part of decision-making processes, be it at home or in the public sphere. This case study is just not about documenting these women's complexities and hardships, but it's also about highlighting their coping mechanisms and strengths as well, which you will see in our even kind of method we used for the focus group discussions. In the research design, we wanted to understand how different forms of oppression come into play for the creation of these women's experiences. We wanted to move from the homogeneous category of victimhood that is always found in the literature and actually listen to these women and what they have to say. And we started that by Heiss's ecological model. So Heiss's ecological model takes us to, give me a second, takes us to 4 levels of analysis. The first one, an individual level, which focuses on education, socioeconomic status, and traumas caused by the Syrian conflict and how they affect women's choices of seeking healthcare. The second one is the interpersonal level, which is their household dynamics, how they deal with their neighbors, how they deal with their close proximity kind of entities. And then the community level, which shapes how they deal with their own kind of services available to them, but also what they call their network of support sometimes, because they found so much support in the people around them, especially through the focus group discussions, which I'll discuss next. And then at the societal level, we looked at how they deal with restrictive refugee policies, with xenophobia, and with the fragile healthcare system and what it has to offer them and the lack thereof. So, in the research design, this is HICE's ecological model with the interpersonal, community level, societal level, and the individual level, and that's how we conducted the focus group discussions. The yellow sticky notes are things they go through and are kind of hardships they deal with, but also the pink ones represented coping mechanisms they use to overcome these hardships, be it gender-based violence or discrimination or employment-related inequalities. So they got to also reflect with themselves, with us, on what they found as strengths or support systems in their own living settings. So, what we did to start off the research as well, we divided the, let me take you back to this slide. We divided Lebanon into 4 regions, and this division gave us a clear understanding of how every region with its own setting and available resources helped shape their experiences. So we have 4 settings: Beirut, Bekaa, North Lebanon, and South Lebanon. Very, very briefly, Beirut is an urban setting. It's the center, it has services, but it still is marked with more social inclusion because class and ethnic backgrounds play a big role because it's the center, it's a bit capitalist. And then we move to the Bekaa Valley, which is a rural area. It has lower mobility, so it has less access to not only healthcare, but also education and employment. We have North Lebanon, its region with political instability, which also affects the healthcare system and strains it further, which has a direct effect on these women's access to healthcare. And lastly is the south of Lebanon, which historically has always been a space for historically displaced population and hosts the largest number of Palestinian and Syrian refugees. I'd also like to remark that Lebanon is the #1 host of refugees in the world per capita, and that's why the health and rights of refugees was very important for us to focus on. Okay. And then we moved to the data analysis, and this is where I came in. So for us, there was a lot to work with, especially that there were disparities in the different regions, but there was always kind of a common denominator, which is that these women, when it comes to access to sexual and reproductive health care and rights, have always faced complexities and obstacles and have always been through hardships that are more than we thought. So our research worked with 109 Syrian refugee women through focus group discussions, which were also in collaboration with Amal Association in Beirut. I'd also like to thank them for their help. And we had 25 in-depth interviews with men who were related somehow to some of the women, be it husbands or brothers or fathers of the same 109 women. So in our data analysis, after we used HICE's ecological model, we thematically analyzed what all of these women shared in common as their main issues with SRHR. And they turned out to be bigger issues than we thought, because most of them reported facing discrimination in employment. Most of them also reported facing discrimination in education, be it for them or even their children. Some of them were blackmailed using like sexual harassment to employ their kids or to put their kids at school. Some of them reported that their husbands do not allow them to even have anything to do with the public sphere. But others also highlighted their, as we mentioned, coping mechanisms and resilience towards these norms and pushing back and how they push back. And most of them was this coming together of the community and this coming together even through the focus group discussions, which I will then reflect on in later time. But one of the things that stood out for me most is that when we've done the dissemination session and we invited all of these women in one room to talk about the research findings, most of them were in tears because they're like, maybe you didn't offer us cash kind of support, which we always get. Maybe we didn't get why you were here to start with, and that was a big problem in the research and the fieldwork, because they were like, what is social research? What's fieldwork? Why are you here? What are you here to offer us? Are you going to help us? But then to see it in their lived experience that they've all sensed the sort of change they felt by just expressing themselves and being part of this group that has shared experiences, be it positive or negative, was really for me everything. Like for me, that's why I do anthropology, that's why we do social research. It's to see the subtle changes in people's sense of self, rather than it being big words of agency and bodily autonomy and dismantling gender-based violence, is that this woman goes home and feel like she has the right to say, I don't like this. I don't want to eat this today. I don't want to go to your parents. I don't want you to treat me this way. So there's a kind of, if we want to put it in academic terms, a heightened sense of autonomy, but it's also that she feels powerful enough to have a voice. So the key findings were that there are 4 things that come to play when it comes to specifically SRHR. And they are socioeconomic environment and where they come from as per the regions, and the access to specific resources. And experiences of gender-based violence were also a very big theme when it comes to the start of when they're born. They report that there is a son preference in their society, and their mother culture from Syria, even before moving to Lebanon and being displaced or being marked as refugees or labeled as refugees, have always been through this preference to men and preference to sons. And then when they start to grow up, if there are resources, education was most of the time intended to serve the male part of the family rather than the females. And then growing up, they then also went through forced marriages, which further exacerbated their ongoing struggle of trying to find a sense of self in this dynamic. And then this moves to nationality-based discrimination when they are refugees in Lebanon, because there is a very heightened sense of xenophobia, and there's a heightened sense of that if there is a resource, we're much likely to give it to less privileged Lebanese women than Syrian refugees. And this all kind of shapes access to healthcare services, where doctors sometimes can dismiss their pains. Doctors can sometimes call them rabbits because they tend to get pregnant quite often. Doctors also, in so many cases, I think more than 20 people reported that they have been kind of advised to get an abortion because 3 kids is enough for you, and they just shape it in a way that takes away all of the woman's decision-making process, even to have a child or to care for them. So even if they're kind of going there to seek help for prenatal care, antenatal care, most of the time it's just like a socialized conversation rather than a medical advice that they can just get and leave. And these are like a very simple breakdown of how it works. So then nationality-based discrimination is rooted in legal violence, which is caused by structural barriers and violence that then normalizes for everyday people, be it an employer or an educational facility or a healthcare service provider, to carry out this discrimination against them. The socioeconomic environments also has like a prevailing regional separation or lack of equality when it comes to where you're coming from or where you've been displaced to. Agency, gender-based violence, and bodily autonomy, there was a 100% common sense of lack of agency and bodily autonomy, which is fueled by subordination of these women, which leaves them powerless in their own voices. And even our focus group discussion questions that had to do with bodily choices were always answered with, this is not my decision to make, even to have a kid, to not have a kid, to seek help, to not seek help. Even contraception was a very big theme, that contraception is the man's kind of decision, and most men feel like there's a religious kind of norm that bans those women from getting contraception or from conducting any sort of family planning. So even the choices of spacing pregnancies, of delaying pregnancies, of even getting pregnant has always been thought of as a man's decision rather than the woman's. And then this all kind of creates this very, very, very unsettling kind of landscape of access to healthcare services that have to do with sexual and reproductive health and rights. It starts with financial barriers, because even in the public healthcare system, there were reports of out-of-pocket payments that were quite substantial. There's mistreatment, there's negligence from providers, and there's also the bottom line, which is rooted in gender-based violence, which is that infertility even is always blamed on the women, and it's rarely treated. You're like, you're infertile, I'll just leave, I'll go get another spouse, and I'll get a child via that, rather than actually a continuity of care kind of approach. So, intersectionality as praxis. I don't know why this is stuck, but I'll just talk about it now. So, for us, a lot of what we needed to do is training of trainers, of community leaders, of women talking to women, especially that their regions are not very close to each other, so we cannot go there, for example, monthly and make sure that everyone's okay. So we had to train trainers on the ground to carry on our message. There were local leadership. There was local leadership where these women, often leaders in their communities, advocated for themselves and other women. Also, when we got together in the room for the dissemination, it's also part of the praxis approach we had, but they were very kind of. They gave us so much hope that what we did is going to actually be sustainable. They gave us hope that this will carry on, because more women joined the group, more women were interested in hearing what those trainers have to say, more people were accepting of the fact that they can come together and learn about their body and learn about sexual and reproductive health and rights. And it was also reflected on how they talked about the men in their lives, and how the men in their lives, once they've started kind of learning the way out, they were not easily accepting, but they were also interested in joining the group on some level, or being part of the training of trainers approach we had. And we also established a referral system between gender-based violence services and sexual and reproductive health care providers. We gave them a lot of numbers to reach out to. So many organizations on the ground have been working with women. And because the Lebanese infrastructure has been unstable for a very long time, a recent kind of civil war, the 2006 war between Lebanon and Israel, and the ongoing right now airstrikes on Lebanon have strained the resources so much that the government is so unstable, so organizations and civil society are the main people we talk to, kind of. Yes, we are focusing on public healthcare services, but the complementation of this with NGOs and civil society organizations is kind of vital for the Lebanese people to survive, basically, especially when it comes to women and especially when it comes to refugees. So, intersectionality in policy and advocacy. How am I doing on time? Am I good? I feel like I'm running. 5 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. So, I know that sometimes when we look at opportunities and challenges, we feel like we always promise more than we actually do, but I just want to look at what we came up with after this research as a truthful thing rather than an abstract notion of development. So what we did is this project and case study were root for the GEM self-study. The GEM self-study is a gender inclusive research study on women's health in general, but also with a specific focus on vulnerable groups, including Syrian refugees. And what we're trying to do through this IDRC-funded project is for us to cater for 290 public healthcare clinic, which are the whole public healthcare network in Lebanon. And what we're doing is we're trying to conduct research, do field work, but also the final year of our project is to start targeted interventions in those 290 public healthcare clinics. And on the ground, as we speak, and during this crisis and airstrikes, my own colleagues there who are also working on the project are training medical professionals to also deal with high-risk pregnancies at times of conflict, but also with the high number that's continuing to increase in issues that have to do with sexual and reproductive health and rights, including inflammation and lack of hygienic products, and all of the things that relate to women's health are being on the table on those NGOs and from the American University of Beirut's Medical Center as well. So opportunities are targeted interventions, women-led community-based initiatives and advocacy to use intersectionality as a tool for change, because what we looked at is not just that these women are facing poverty, that these women have been displaced, that these women are socially and legally categorized as refugees, but we also looked at their own relationship with each other, their relationship with their partners and families, their relationship with themselves, and the kind of socioeconomic status, or what we call class, they belong to. So, as I said, because the start of the project was kind of referring more to HICE's ecological model and the participatory action approach, action research approach, it was not called intersectionality, but it was intersectional to the core, and that's why our analysis of all of the focus group discussions and the interviews were intersectional. We were trying to look at how factors really of oppression and the power dynamic that they have within themselves, but also the power dynamics that exist between them and the institutions they seek help from. And then the challenges we had is that there is resource scarcity. Like, we cannot say that this is a perfect world and that we have everything on call and we're not using it. No, there is a lack of resource, especially as we speak. A strained healthcare system is also further strained by the recent airstrikes. Discrimination in healthcare, which is something that we're trying to work on, but even if you get the access legally and paperwork-wise and you get to the public healthcare center, you cannot really trust that the other person on the other side, who is the healthcare provider, will give you the proper help you need. Okay, I can conclude. So the conclusion I have to focus on now is that although we have all of these systems of oppression and structural violence, and we're seeing the collapse of the world, everyone feels it on some level, as you settle into it on some level. But what we try to do is we try to amplify voices that have been silenced for so long. There's a lot of research done on Syrian refugees in Lebanon, but it's always a one-size-fits-all. It's always the dark side of development. It's always take this cash kind of help, or this kind of package, or it's always a one-time thing and then they leave them. For us, the sustainability of the project needed to exist because we just didn't want to continue in these footsteps. And that for us also meant that we highlight their own coping mechanisms, that they have strengths, that we are not here to empower, we're not here to enlighten, we're not here to cause a very big change, we're just here to make you have this sort of self-reflective moment where you know your rights before we even tell you what your rights are. And that's by the focus group discussions being their own kind of stories stuck in front of them on a big board to see, yes, I went through this, I coped with this way, I talked to my friend that it made me feel better. And even those small nuances made a big difference for them. So these are the publications so far. We have an extensive ebook on qualitative methods and intersectionality. We also have our case study with WITS, IDRC, and SCIS, but we also kind of summarized the key findings from the research to a journal article in Current Sexual Health Reports. It's called The Comprehensive Review of Sexual Health and Reproductive Rights Among Women Refugees, the Case of Syrian Refugees in Lebanon. And I think I will stop here and share with you my very hopeful quote. I will end on it. And I think we'll have a much more interesting discussion because this field work was a year kind of long, and it had a lot of nuanced details in them, so I'm happy to have this in the form of a discussion or questions rather than me just talking here. So my favorite quote from my favorite book, which is called Unfinished, The Anthropology of Becoming by Beal and Luke. It was published in 2017, and it's on plasticity. And it goes as that. Indeed, the realities in which we are entangled today and in which the becomings of our characters unfold are on the edge of financial collapse, infrastructural breakdown, and environmental calamity. Racial violence, right-wing populism, and alarming new regimes of security and surveillance, chronic warfare, mass migration, and deadly health disparities. In the meantime, people may find ways to endure the intolerable and struggle to repair and heal, untangle themselves from the known and establish new relations or not, negotiate threatening detours and newly uncertains, and make use of these very realities to craft viable forms of life and project themselves into a future, or simply remain in suspension amid the collapse of messianic structures. Yet, amid today's alarming global political shifts, it's also obvious that people's plasticity, shaped as much by fear and resentment as by hope and desire, carries destructive and violent potentials. Thank you.
That was right on time, by the way. But thank you for that presentation. We are going to move along to our second presentation under this theme. It's our second and last case study presentation for the workshop, and then have a Q&A right after that so that we can discuss and unpack. I'm going to ask that when we're having the Q&A, if Suhaila and Matt can use our living room situation. Okay. So our next presentation is by Dr. Matt Louis. It's on applying an intersectional lens to understanding the social determinants of maternal health in the Gambia. Insights from the Simaya project. A bit about Matt. Most of you would have met him and engaged with him from yesterday. But Dr. Matt Louis, in the Global Health Policy and Management, is the founder and director of the Study of Women's Health in the Gambia. He has held various research positions as a social scientist researcher, public health, population, and development practitioner. In 2016, he served as a social scientist researcher of the AU-funded project on applying research and knowledge transfers for prevention and management of women genitalia mutilation in the Gambia. He was also the project leader and principal advisor of two implementation research projects addressing teen pregnancy and early marriage in the Gambia. He has completed numerous assignments in international organizations, in UN agencies, including the International Organization for Migration and UNICEF in the Gambia. Dr. Matt, over to you. You also have 30 minutes, and I will let you know. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for listening to my presentation today. My presentation is part of a larger implementation research project that is being implemented in Ghana and the Gambia, but I'm going to focus specifically on the Gambian component. In the Gambia, or can I start by saying that maternal mortality is one of the greatest development indicators between developed and developing countries, and also a significant marker of gender inequality. in the Gambia, although the rate of maternal mortality has declined significantly, it still remains high compared to other African countries. The Gambia has been ranked among the African countries with the highest rate of maternal mortality, estimated at 287 per 100,000 live births. The factors that are contributing to the high rate of maternal mortality in the Gambia are wide-ranging, but they include sociocultural factors and also health service-related factors. These factors interact in different ways to influence the poor maternal health in the country, resulting in adverse maternal health complications such as maternal mortality. Although the factors affecting maternal health in the Gambia have been adequately examined, the studies have pretty much relied on the use of the social determinants of health, which was propounded by the WHO Commission on Social Determinant of Health. So by definition, the social determinant of health explains that our health is influenced to a large extent by the condition in which we live, in which we grow, and also in which we work. So much of the studies that have been conducted on the causes of maternal mortality in the Gambia have utilized the social determinants of health. And if you look at the broader field of gender inequality, intersectionality has become a critical component, a theory or approach that can be used to understand maternal mortality, but that has not been the case in the Gambia. So, the overall aim of my presentation today is to share with you some lessons that we have learned from applying intersectional approaches or lens towards understanding the social determinants of maternal health in the Gambia. I'm going to explain to you how we have applied intersectionality or intersectional thinking in the framing of the research design, such as in the data collection, in the data analysis, but also the implication for applying intersectional lens towards understanding the social determinants of maternal health in the case of the Gambia. So the project that of which this particular presentation forms part of is called the SEMA project. In full, it means Shifting Gender Norms for Improved Maternal and Adolescent Health. That is what we meant by SEMA. The overall goal of the SEMA project is to promote or improve maternal health in the Gambia, but with a specific focus on promoting the active participation of husbands in pregnancy and childbirth, particularly as it relates to birth preparedness and complication readiness. Birth preparedness and complication readiness is a new term that has been developed by the WHO, that if a woman is birth prepared and she is complication ready, she is less likely going to die of maternal or pregnancy-related complications because she is birth prepared and she is complication ready. And men has a big role to play in women's level of birth preparedness and complication readiness. So that is why we wanted to promote maternal health by promoting the active participation of husbands in issues pertaining to birth preparedness and childbirth. So the SEMA project is part of a larger project that has been funded by the IDRC that uses gender transformative approaches to advance sexual, reproductive, maternal health and rights of women and girls in West Africa or in Africa, with a focus on intersectionality. So we draw on the conceptual framing or thinking of the social determinants of health, but also using intersectional approaches This was informed by the fact that the factors that are affecting maternal health in the Gambia cannot be looked at from a social determinants of health perspective, but also they can be looked at from an intersectional lens. So it was on the basis of this, and given the complementarity between social determinants of health and intersectional approach, we decided to use these conceptual frameworks to guide the designing, the data collection, and also the implementation process of the project. So the intersectional approach that was adopted by the project also relied on the use of a socio-ecological model. So by definition, the socio-ecological model stipulates that for a gender transformative change to happen, it needs to happen beyond the individual level, but also you need to take into cognition the community level factors, the institutional level factors put together for gender transformative change to happen. So it was on the basis of this that we decided to use the socio-ecological model, but also given the fact that the factors that are perpetuating poor maternal health in the Gambia are deeply rooted in gender sociocultural norms, we adopted the use of gender transformative approach. And also, in a way of complementarity, we made use of a mixed method research design, because I've already highlighted that the factors that are affecting maternal health in the Gambia are intertwined, they're interlinked. And you can't understand the factors by utilizing a single data collection method. So that justifies our use of a mixed method approach in the project. So the socio-ecological model, we use the socio-ecological model, a mixed method research design comprising of survey, a cross-sectional household survey, focus group discussions, and key informant in-depth interviews in the designing of the project. And this allowed us to explore more in-depth the intersections between some of the factors based on the literature review that were found to be major contributing factors of poor maternal health. And one of them is age, another factor is ethnicity, another factor is educational level. So these factors, based on the existing literature, were found to interact and intersect in multiple ways to influence maternal health in the Gambia and maternal mortality. So we use the socio-ecological model, complement this model with a mixed method design to understand the intersection or to explore the ways and manners in which gender, age, educational level of the husband, of the wife, interact together to affect maternal health, but also to limit the participation of husbands in pregnancy and childbirth. So the use of the gender transformative approach, like I have already underscored, that the factors that are affecting maternal health are deeply rooted in sociocultural norms. There are so many existing gender dynamics at the household level, at the community level, that interact in a rather complicated and complex manner to affect maternal health. And if you want to address or improve maternal health outcome in the Gambia, therefore, you need to adopt a gender transformative approach as well. So, on the basis of this, using the socio-ecological model, the gender transformative approach, we design a gender transformative training that was targeted specifically to promoting and challenging existing gender norms that affects the participation of husbands in pregnancy and childbirth. And we train them on issues related to gender relation, gender norms, men's role in pregnancy and childbirth over a period of 1 month. And after that, we wanted to understand the short-term effect of the training. And we found out that the gender transformative training that was conducted for husbands has contributed to increased participation of them in pregnancy and childbirth. So these findings are currently being considered for publication in the African Journal of Reproductive Health. So the lessons that we have learned from applying intersectional approach or intersectional lens towards understanding the social determinants of maternal health in the Gambia is that using a single method in understanding, in trying to understand the social determinants of maternal health does not work. You have to have a mixed method because the factors that are affecting maternal health are so complex, they are so interrelated that they cannot best be understood using a single method. So that is what we have learned. But also, we have also learned that using the socio-ecological model may, in a way, help you to understand the intersectional nature of age, ethnicity, educational level affecting maternal health. And this has important implications for policy and practice because remember, at the beginning I said, all the studies that have been conducted, interventions that have been conducted, they were mainly utilizing the social determinants of health with limited understanding of the intersectional factors that are affecting maternal health. Or maybe they also have a narrow focus on looking at the health service factors. Actually, the factors affecting maternal health cannot be best explained using the social determinants of health. So that was the central line of argument in this particular study. So I would like to thank you for having to listen to my presentation. Thank you very much.
That was a very concise presentation. You kept to the time perfectly. But you can move on over to our living room for the Q&A segment. To the colleagues online, please utilize the Q&A and raise your hand so that we can be able to project you on our beautiful screen and we can see you also. And I will start with a round in the room, about 3 hands maybe, to begin this round. Any hands? You're being very generous. You can hold.
That's my reaction to your presentation. Thank you both so much for your presentations. And I mean, we've had these discussions already, Sahila, but I think it is important as we are having discussions on intersectionality to also kind of have space to focus our attention on kind of the reality of what's happening in the world and the impact that this has on the many challenges that we've been discussing since yesterday. So I have a couple of questions which may be beyond the scope of these projects in particular, but I think they speak to the issues that you have both been speaking about. I'll save one for later for our discussion for on the recommendations. But perhaps I think for Suhaila, you had mentioned the question on nationality-based discrimination and legal violence. And my question in particular was around, not on the kind of gender-based violence side, but on the sexual and reproductive health and rights side. Given the fact that the study was particularly focused on refugees, and I assume that in Lebanon, refugees would have legal status in the country. So what is the role then of legislation on sexual and reproductive health and rights, and maybe some context in terms of the legislative landscape around SRHR in Lebanon, and the challenges regarding that, and in particular also how that then plays into issues around social norms and patriarchy, which I think you touched on as well. And I'm thinking about this in the context, even in South Africa, where we have a constitution that acknowledges, termination of pregnancy rights, but at the same time, within that legislation, there's issues around conscientious objection and what that means, and whether there's a difference in experiences of refugees versus the experiences of women in general in the country. And then also on the issue, and this is the part that I think might be beyond the scope of this research, but something to consider, the impact of the genocide in Palestine and also the increased hostilities by Israel on Lebanon that you mentioned, what the impacts of that might be then in terms of accessing sexual reproductive health in this context. And then similarly, I think to the point on the Gambia, you mentioned, Matt, a lot of issues around kind of demographic characteristics and household characteristics in terms of access to reproductive health or maternal health. And some of the kind of recommendations or solutions have really focused on, I guess, the characteristics of the individuals involved, preparedness, etc. But also similarly to this question on the region, for you, I think my question would be around kind of the implications or the impact of political instability, given that we know there's been a lot of that in West Africa and the Sahel in particular, and what that might mean. For instance, the kind of 2022 coup in the Gambia, or coup attempt in the Gambia, what implications that might have on sexual reproductive health and rights, and where the structural solutions that might impact households beyond kind of the role of husbands in this case, or finance, but the actual kind of political structure that might limit access to this. If you can speak on that. Thanks. Sorry for being too long.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mine is really just an observation and a comment. I remember, Suhaila, that, in my own personal opinion, that your guys' case study was the strongest methodologically. And I just wanted to say for both case studies, I can't help but notice how a strong intersectional / social science research method inform praxis, like research or social justice praxis. I'm aware that you use a combination of social science research methods like gender transformative approaches and participatory action research. And that sort of like in a way gave, an opportunity to engage ground workers, healthcare workers, researchers, or any of the people that have to do the actual intervention work or the social reproductive health work. So yeah, I'm just saying that I just see a very strong link between being intentionally intersectional, and how that translates into into praxis. And for me, it also informs the whole, I don't know if I can call it an agenda of, social justice orientated work. So my comment is saying, like, it's sort of like working your way down only to go back up, because you've already put in the structures in place that will inform the entire process. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll start off the next round. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for really very interesting and rich presentations and fabulous work. So one question first to Suhaila. I don't know if I got this correctly, so please excuse me if I've got it wrong, but I seem to feel that you talked about your research intervention itself, right? The kind of focus group discussions that you ran and all of that, as being hugely helpful to the communities that you worked with, right? That's correct, yes? So I was just like wondering now, so how many people participated, right? And if this was something that you saw as really positive and as maybe contributing to them, having better access or having a sort of an opportunity to, like you said, sort of, state their cases and be able to articulate their problems in a particular kind of way. So now in sort of going forward, I mean, in terms of like policy recommendations or recommendations for states, the healthcare system to take forward, was this part of what you recommended, or was this integrated? That's what I wanted to ask. Okay, first. So for Matt, now I'm speaking of somebody who doesn't really know anything about the healthcare system in Gambia. So two questions. One is that I heard you say repeatedly that the framework of social determinants of health was not adequate, right, to what you were trying to figure out. So I would like you to please maybe explain to us what exactly you meant by the social determinants of health framework and what its limitations were. That's the first one. And the second one was that, you have this sort of finding, which is that, supporting husbands to be more present and to be more prepared was very successful. So now what is the next step? Do you have a healthcare system through which this will be implemented widely? Is that the intention? And I was also wondering how many people you actually within the project sort of like impacted, right? You gave us a 74% figure and all of that. So I was wondering what that actually meant and how that, how it's going to be scaled up. That was the question.
We'll just take those for this round and then kick off another round of questions.
Yes. There is currently a political will in the Gambia to make sure that maternal healthcare services are free and they're universal. But in actual fact, it's not the case. It's not universal and it's not entirely free. There are so many hidden costs. And it is true that that political commitment was there, but it was also impacted by the political instability that happened in 2022. So it impacted on women's access to maternal healthcare services. So it constituted as a political structure that affected maternal health service even presently. Yes, so it impacted a great deal on maternal health. So I don't know, have you been following political situations in Gambia? that must be the case. Okay. So, secondly, about the social determinants of maternal health. It is not to say that it is not adequate in, understanding the social and cultural factors that are affecting maternal health. But using it in complementarity with an intersectional approach would give you more leverage on understanding, the health service factors and the socio-cultural factors that affects maternal health. So I was trying to explain that despite the fact that it has been used, it could better be complemented with an intersectional approach. So that was my line of argument. Yes. Secondly, about what we plan to do to scale up the, I wouldn't call it impact, but the short-term effect of the gender transformative training. The training is not adequate in sustaining the behavioral change that we have seen with husbands who participated. So if we want to sustain the change over time, we need to complement the GTA training with other community-based interventions, including focus group discussions with men at the community level, but also community engagement forum and social community engagement forum and discussion sessions that would seek to emphasize the importance of having men participate in maternal health issues pertaining to pregnancy and childbirth. So that is our plan for sustaining the effect of the gender transformative training, because it has contributed to husbands' participation in antenatal care visits, in also preparing for potential delivery-related complications. But that effect can only be seen with husbands who participated in the training and not beyond those who did not participate. So our plan is to, in the long run, to have more community-based interventions that would, target community members in general, but husbands in particular, to sustain the change that we have seen as a result of the GTA training. Because remember, I have highlighted that for gender transformative change to happen, you have to go beyond the individual person, taking into consideration community level context and institutional factors as well. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Okay, so regarding the legal frameworks, it's so unfortunate for me to say that, but there is no really institutional governmental legal framework that refugees operate under. They operate under UNHCR in Lebanon. And in a worse way, Lebanon currently does not have a healthcare policy. We have a healthcare strategy that's a big dream for 2030 that aligns with the SDGs and the universal health coverage kind of agenda. But we don't have a healthcare policy in the strict word policy what strict policy means. And that's actually something we're currently working on in the GEM self-study. It's that when we came to have like a policy analysis, we did not have any policy to fall on. We just found the Vision 2030 healthcare agenda or strategy that's not really legally binding, basically, for healthcare professionals or for patients as well, or for healthcare seekers. So that's that. Also, in the Arab region, and I would say that in knowing that is a very general term, sexual and reproductive health and rights are very big taboo topics. As researchers, people seeking care, as institutions working on the subject, we all face backlash that these subjects are not to be discussed in the public domain, and that especially when it comes to marital status, if you're not married, you're not to investigate anything that has to do with your body when it comes to sexual and reproductive health. So that is the background that then builds on abortion being illegal, or, as you said, like prerequisites for abortion that are so kind of, they create obstacles that are so big that it's not accessible to start with. But then you also mentioned sexual and reproductive health and rights in conflict, which has also always been the case. I feel like Lebanon specifically has been through crisis after crisis. If you don't know the history, yes, a civil war, yes, a very recent 2006 war, but also the infrastructure itself. There was a port explosion a couple of years ago, 2021, which also left the healthcare system and the political system very unstable. And Egypt currently doesn't have, Lebanon currently doesn't have a robust government. There is no president really as we speak, and the government is kind of dealing with things as they go. And that's where the role of NGOs and civil society comes in, because they kind of have all the space to work on the ground, to reach out to people, to get aid, to raise funds, to deal with people of different vulnerabilities and kind of try and help them. Which takes me to Sepati's comment. Thank you. But I think our method, I'm very sorry. What's our colleague's name? White t-shirt? Colleague. Lisa? Yes. Like Lisa mentioned yesterday, she mentioned yesterday that sometimes you go back to the people you work with and they're like, I don't want an academic article. I don't want anything fancy schmancy. I want something else. And for us in our method, that was the whole point. During the focus group discussions, we're like, what do you want us, what's your continuity kind of aspirations, or what do you want us to do for you moving forward, since you are the ones who also said that the one-time cash payment does not work and it leaves us behind. That makes us feel even more marginalized because they give us hope and then leave. So they're the ones who wanted us to always train trainers, to always disseminate information, to invite them to just grab a cup of tea together in a room and talk about the new kind of updates they have in their lives, who got married, who got divorced, who got pregnant. That's the communal aspect was very important for them, and that's why for us it was that. We kind of have our recommendations based on their own insights rather than our own going in. And this also takes us to Farzana's question. There were 109 women, and they were all involved in focus group discussions, and 25 men who were involved in in-depth interviews. And if the question is kind of how does the training of trainers help, or how does this translate to big things such as policy, we did conduct a policy paper with recommendations that is there. It's available. It's by myself, Lina Abu Habib, Dr. Faisal Al-Kak, and Emil Wahaibi. It's published under IDRC's repository. So I think we can access that as well. But for me, because we're talking intersectionality and we're talking voices and we're talking ground up, the highlight of our conclusions, or why we felt like, okay, now's the time to leave the field and be okay with this ending here, is the training of trainers and these women themselves, rather than the big things that would come out of it, which we did eventually. But yeah, I think that's my answer so far.
We're going to start off the next round of questions. We're going to start with Courtney. Are there any questions online? I'm going to come, Collins. No. There's no questions online. Okay. You're also online. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. My question's for Suhaila. You mentioned in your presentation that you had some resistance from some participants, which I think is a common kind of experience for social science researchers. I was wondering how you navigated those conversations, and yeah, if you had maybe like a protocol for responding to maybe is like a resistance to what feels like a extractive research process, and just how you navigated that. Cool.
Thank you. I'm accustomed to being loud, so the mic feels very strange. But first, just to say thank you to both of you. There's something that's humbling about listening to people who are steeped in a context, and steeped in a context based on the realities of people in that context, right? So not external people projecting in a context that's not theirs, so just respecting and acknowledging that. There are a few things that come up for me, and I think first for you, Sohaila, one of the things you mentioned again, I think tied to the FGDs, it's also one of the things that struck me. And I'm just curious if you see, because I'm assuming that when you went into the FGDs, it was to understand and learn, that you didn't anticipate what it would mean for people. But now having that knowledge, do you see any opportunities for how those kinds of spaces can be held so that they can actually be nourishing or beneficial to the communities, and that we are not just extracting information when we enter spaces in that way? So I'm just curious about, like, what do you see as possibilities, what could be done differently or added into those kinds of spaces in order for them to be meaningful in that way? The other one is just a comment. I think one of the things that emerges for me a lot is that crisis, there are unique challenges that arise in crisis, but for the most part, crisis magnifies pre-existing inequalities. And yet when we are dealing with crisis, we act as if, the inequality has been created by the crisis, and yet it's only been magnified. And I think there's something in that understanding and that approach that allows us to not just see inequality as like a development crisis management issue, but really a structural and systemic issue that needs addressing. And so making the case for that kind of address, because it's not just about crisis, it's saying we only see it in this way because, it's been magnified by the crisis. So just wanted to comment on that. And again, I think the other one is also a comment around victim. You were talking about victimhood. And I think one of the things that hit me was how that state homogenizes people. We work so hard in daily life to talk about the diversity of human beings in our society, in our world. And then when we look at a category like refugees, we only see refugees, right? We stop seeing the diversity, people of different sexual orientation, disability, whatever it is that's nuancing often gets lost in that. And so to really like uplift, and I think an intersectional approach allows us really to lift that. For Matt, I think my question, I'm cheating a little bit because I think I might not be here for recommendations in the afternoon. But I think one of the things I was thinking about was the approach with the husbands, that it makes a lot of sense in a cultural context that's like about what's acceptable. But thinking in a world where, and I don't know a lot about Gambia in that way, but in a lot of spaces where there are no husbands, right? We're talking about pregnant women, and in the absence of husbands, what does it mean? So we're already privileging a normative, heterosexual, unionized, scenario. And in the absence of that, something that's really beautiful, which is trying to bring community, can also be deeply alienating and reinforce. It's almost like, I was just imagining in my mind the things that are said to women without husbands, right? It's like, this is why, right? There's no support system. So I was just wondering about like language even, and you talked about community, but like language that's more expansive than the husband, that invites support, that helps in like, prevention and management. It's a lot, sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sahel and Dr. Matt, for that presentation. Sahel, I'm actually very much in solidarity with the women, the women refugees in Lebanon. I'm from Syria. I know what that means. I've been in a situation where we had a conflict in the country, and then women suffered the most in terms of being, internally displaced. And then you have an amalgamation of issues to actually deal with as women. It's not a very good situation. Very much in solidarity. In both of your conversations, the issue of rights has come out quite predominantly. And I understand that we have the International Human Rights Framework. Some countries subscribe to that, some do not. Some actually, as you said, have a very strong legal framework internally to address some of these issues. Some do not. That's a gap. But I'm just wondering, in terms of, in both of your cases, sexual reproductive health rights actually rights that are recognized globally for everyone, especially for women. But I'm just wondering, what do you think would be the value of the human rights framework in strengthening the intersectional analytical approaches, especially in terms of redress? Because I mean, the reason as we are doing this research is to really understand, are there things we can do in a certain way to then address these issues? So even in the absence of, that legal framework, I still think that the international human health framework would then take precedence. So I don't know, do you think that there is a way that could complement how we think about the redress moving forward? Yeah, I mean, and this also goes to Dr. Matt as well. And Dr. Matt, you also mentioned about the social determinants of health, and I know that can be a mouthful. I mean, when we talk about social determinants, it can be a mouthful. Are you referring to any specific ones? Because then that would make it easy to think about what can we do moving forward. Otherwise, it's difficult for us to think about everything, in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond.
Yeah, this is working. Okay, thank you for your questions and comments. So I'll start by the questions on participants' resistance. Okay, so for this specific research, we collaborated with the ML Foundation, and they were the ones who helped us recruit participants. So the limitation was not a resistance to join. They were okay with the idea itself to start with via the collaboration with the organization, but it's rather a lack of understanding of what social research would give them. Like, what is the benefit I'm getting out of joining this group where we're sitting and we're all discussing our lives? But for me, as an anthropologist and a social researcher, I truly believe that especially people who go through inequality and people who face marginalization face to face, they really want to talk. Like, in my experience, doing social research and fieldwork for the past 6 years, I've always been like kind of hesitant. Why would they want to talk to you? But then you go and just a building of some rapport and giving that trust and really laying out the ground by be it the consent forms or explaining truly your passion for what they have to say, and that you really are human to human, wanting to know them and know their story, I think always works, or has luckily always worked for me. But in this specific research, we were lucky enough to have Amal Foundation work with us and help us recruit both the women and the men. The second point was on safe spaces and helping communities and how those spaces can be recreated to improve the quality of life for these women. But what we did so far is that we have established those local community leaders who people still go to. I don't know what the status is since the start of the escalation last October. I cannot say anything about that, but what I know is that we also created a very strong referral system for them to seek help that they need, even if the community does not look the same as it did because of the airstrikes. As for the displacement and the question on being internally displaced and the question on human rights, okay, I will say this because I feel it. We tend to always think of human rights being breached in what they call developing countries or underdeveloped countries or third world countries, while human rights are being breached every single day by countries called democracies. So I cannot take this framework for granted and be like, human rights is such a great framework and once you apply it to your set country, your people would be happy. No, that does not apply. But what happens in Lebanon, for example, is that we strictly follow CEDAW and the ICPD, International Conference on Population and Development, and the framework for violence against women. They're cornerstones of every single project. They're cornerstones of most organizations working on rights. And they were also foundational ideas and theories that work to make Lebanon one of the very few countries that significantly reduced its mortality rate. Back to Matt's presentation. I'd also like to highlight, because you mentioned internally displaced people, that today I was shocked by the number that there are now 520,000 displaced women in Lebanon that are internally displaced from different parts of southern Lebanon to the center and north Lebanon, which are both being struck as well as we speak. So there's nowhere to go.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by thanking Rudo for that more explicit thinking moving forward with the project, of not only concentrating on husbands, but also thinking about not maintaining that heteronormative that you talked about. For Collins, the social determinants of health, by definition, is the conditions in which we live, we work, we grow, determines our health to a larger extent. So in the case of the Gambia, women tend to have limited access to maternal health because they lack economic independence, number one. So that lack of economic independence means that they would have to depend on their husbands, even for antenatal care visits. In the absence of that money from the husband, they could not access existing maternal health care services. So that forms one of the major social determinants that limits them from accessing existing maternal health care services. But also the conditions in which they were born. There are deeply rooted sociocultural norms in which we all lived in certain patriarchal societies. This also, affect their access to maternal health care services. So that is what I mean by the social determinant. But it is difficult to have an exhaustive list of all the social determinants of health. But these are major social determinants of maternal health that affects utilization, but also access to maternal health care services.
Okay. Okay, we don't have any more questions in the room. Oh, okay. We have a comment, and then after the comment, we can conclude.
Just wanted to comment to, is it Suhaila, yes. When you were talking about your participants and how much they just love to share with you and to say, I think that's so true. How, we go into these contexts being unsure, and you get this good reception. People are so willing to share with you their stories. Then you also, at the same time, I think you feel overwhelmed in terms of what can I do, and then you give them a little something that, in your case, you were saying that people actually were a little bit kind of offended or a bit resistant in terms of what else can you give me, or what can I do with this? And I think those are the challenges that we all who are social researchers in this room face. So I just wanted to say that as you were speaking, you literally took me back to my community, took me back to a space where I was speaking to one of the women, and I could literally just picture them. And I was also saying to someone yesterday that you become so overwhelmed with the extent of poverty, yeah? From the outside, you see it, but when you are sitting with that woman and you get a sense of just how poor they are and how very little they have, you walk away feeling, I don't know, overwhelmed, I guess.
Okay. Go. Yes.
Yes, because I am interested in gender-based violence research. This has been one of my areas of studies. Doing gender-based violence research comes with so many ethical implications and consideration. And in your presentation, you made mention of women having to talk about issues of GBV. I understand you are not a service provider, but as part of, trying to address cases of GBV in your research, did you link them to existing services or worked with existing NGOs who are giving those services? Because it's an ethical question in GBV research.
Yes, most cases were put on the referral system to organizations like Abad, working with survivors of gender-based violence, but I think we all know it. We all know that women don't report their family members, and they don't report their husbands, and they don't report their fathers, and even if there are legal measures that are binding and they're big, they just don't show up and report them. Maybe they seek psychological help individually, but it's not done in a way that is kind of revenge-based, or that I want to get you for what you've done to me. It's more of I need to work on my kind of state of being affected by this, but they're not holding the person or the perpetrator accountable as much. Even when they talk to us, sometimes they would anonymize who the person was, so that you don't know if it's a brother or a father or a husband. It's just that, like, a man in my family did this to me, and you don't even know the man. So what you end up doing is offering them psychosocial support rather than pressuring them to go get your right and put them in jail, because they will never actually tell you who they are, let alone just kind of report them. So that's a big issue I think we have. That's also a big issue in female genital mutilation in Egypt as well, because that's something I've worked on with UNFPA, where sometimes women just don't tell you who took them to the doctors as a girl or as a teenager, or you don't know how it happened, but you know it happened, so you kind of make this your starting point. Okay, let's just forget about the perpetrator, because you, as a person that we're interested in helping, does not want this. What they'd rather want is how to move on from it, rather than live with the pain of probably reporting them, and how other family members would view them, and how they will be socially scrutinized. And it's just the patriarchal kind of conundrum we operate under. So we try and make our kind of solutions more contextualized and more what you want rather than what we think is right.
Yeah, because in just to add that in doing GBV research, a good starting point could be to do a mapping of the existing psychosocial support services. Yeah. That in the event that they need those services during the course of the research, you could refer them. Yes.
Okay. We have a final comment from...
I did have a question for both of you, though. I think, as you can see, a lot of people are already interested in the engagement. I do think we should review. I think we have time, but we should review the program and we can see. Because there are some specific things that we'd like to address around different recommendations and the following sessions, and we can have a kind of separate discussion to allow a little bit of time for that.
I think we...
Yes, because there's just one comment on online. Yes. Sure. So there was just one comment. It's not necessarily a question, and it's directed to Sohaila by Arjan Dihan. So it reads, thank you for two excellent presentations and the important discussion. And thank you to thank you, Sohaila, for highlighting and bearing witness to the additional challenges due to the escalation in the region and unspeakable violence innocent people, women, and others are subjected to. Okay.
Okay. I think what we can do now to answer Sivia's question is break for tea for a bit, for about 15 minutes, and then we can come back in the room, and because I think we have some time, and then we can come back into the room and see what further discussions we can have before moving on to our panel discussions. Yeah, we can just approach it that way. So we have a 15-minute tea break. There's tea that side. You can mingle, interact, get to know each other. Welcome back from tea, from the break. I think for the next couple of minutes, as a way of continuing the conversation that we were having before the tea break, we're going to take some questions, and it doesn't necessarily have to be just about the presentation that was held, but about the case study presentations as a whole, and what significance or they have for us understanding intersectionality from a global South perspective. I don't know, I think there's some people who are still outside.
I think let's wait for them for a little bit.
Yeah.
Questions might be
Okay. No problem. Okay. Okay. I think most of us are back. Okay, let's just kick off this session. I was just saying, we have a couple of minutes before we start the panel discussion, and we just wanted to use this time to kind of conclude the case study and case study presentations by having a round of discussions or comments or questions that we can pause, not necessarily based on the last session, but on all the presentations that were held since yesterday, especially seeing what significance they may hold for intersectionality and understanding intersectionality in the Global South, and furthering the discussion about how we can use it in our research methods and also to influence advocacy and policy. I think that would be a good background before the next segment in our program. So if there's any hands in the room or online, and people who would just like to comment, share, based on the last discussion. Is there anything online? Any hands? No. Okay. We'll start off with Rudo and Sibiwe. Okay.
I don't even know if I still remember, but I think there's something that I'm still holding, and I think it's tied to something Sohaila said about even if you make the referrals, that the culture of reporting, especially where family is concerned, is complicated, and that just really triggered a thought around also something that I think Collins mentioned about the human rights framework. And so in my mind, I'm holding the historical intersectionality framework, right? The original framework, and a human rights framework, and challenging or troubling both of those within our context. Because when we know what human rights can enable, but within a context where our lives are built around like social capital, it's our community. And so the people who come to my aid when I'm in crisis is not the state. And so to turn to the state in crisis feels like, So I'm curious, I'm curious about how we think about a human rights framework or an intersectional approach in the context of the kinds of realities that we do have, where it's easy to just, almost cut and paste, but in terms of like how those concepts move in our context looks and feels very, very different. So I'm holding that question around, like, what does it mean for us now here, if we are looking at a queer framework, right? And then that's transported into a context. And for me, every framework is adaptable. Whoever creates it, like, your job is done. We'll do what we do with it once you've put it out into the world. But so my curiosity is, what do we do with it? Or what do we continue to do with it within our context now? Both human rights and intersectionality.
I think that also speaks to a discussion that was had when Fazana had her presentation. And there was a question, I think it was from Sipati, that said, do we need to have another framework perhaps for people in the Global South that would kind of address these things or these gaps that we are noticing increasingly in research? Because African research or Global South research has been, to quote Sipati, always intersectional. Yeah. Sibiwe.
Well, now you're raising different things in my mind. So, but yeah, so I had a couple of questions, I think, from the research side. One on data, but also some things that came up during Matt's and Suhaila's discussion. And I think it was related to getting access and engaging with people on the ground, and their agency and right to decline, right? And I wondered, I think, in terms of feminist research in general, but also intersectionality, and we kind of had this discussion last year as well around the kind of learning dialogues that we were having. A key thing that often stands out is this issue of, positionality and reflexivity. And given that we're speaking about intersectionality and its applicability in the Global South, generally the issues that we are studying are related in some ways. Obviously there's the context, but the people that are doing this work also come from this context. And I'm just curious, obviously, to the presenters in the work that they've been doing, how issues of positionality and reflexivity fit into that, knowing that you might feel when you enter these spaces that you are an insider, but the people that you're interviewing don't regard you as one, right? And how you actually reconcile that and negotiate that when speaking to participants and trying to address the issues that might be very important to you coming from that context. And as social science researchers, there is this idea that, oh, well, you're a researcher. You're not an African, you're a researcher. You're not a woman, you're a researcher. And you need to be subjective, and there's this this false objectivity that comes into research at play, and how that informs the design part. And then to the question on, I think, how we include the stories of marginalized people in this type of research, and I think we were speaking now particularly around LGBT communities and households, or households that are, kind of single female-headed households and such. How do we actually document that within the data? And if people have suggestions on that, because a lot of the time it's not necessarily, reflected in the data for various reasons. And whether or not you ask the question on self-identification of groups of people, they might not feel comfortable identifying that in a census, for instance, that is being, compiled by a complete stranger, and there might be safety issues involved for them. So how do we actually kind of illuminate those stories, knowing the dangers that might be involved in some of the research that we work with, even if we talk about issues of gender-based violence and patriarchy? How are we actually showing the reality of how the economy and society are experienced by the communities in which we work in? But yeah, excited to hear your thoughts on that.
Thoughts? Okay. So Lisa. Okay. We'll just go Lisa, Jamila, and then go back to Rudo.
So, I had ideas floating in my mind yesterday like Lego blocks, and they kind of settled into some sort of structure today. I think it was Sahela's presentation that did it. And what I've been thinking about is in how we do research in the Global South, and whether we call that research intersectional or not, is sort of a theme that's sort of come up throughout the presentations, is the importance of listening. And I don't know that we always, especially if we're doing quote-unquote development work, that we always focus enough on our role as listeners to the people who we're working with, and also this idea of bearing witness. And that for me links to the transformative nature of people feeling heard. And a lot of the time, at least in my experience and the experience of my colleagues at the center, is that for a lot of people, the space to be heard, it's the first time somebody's actually sat down and really listened. And like for reals though, like I genuinely care about what you have to say. That's in itself a transformative experience for the people we work with, but also for us as part of the research team. And I can't quantify that. I can't put that in a report to our funders in a way that is meaningful, but that is something that happens in that interaction. And something that's so important, at least in the kind of research that we do, is relationships. The people we work with are participants, or co-researcher participants in our case, but they are also human beings. And so when we try too hard maybe to be researchers and be subjective and stuff, we sometimes miss out on that relating to each other as humans, and which also helps with the listening, and it also helps with building relationships over a longer period of time. But then also thinking, and there is, I think, a shift over the last however long, like decade or whatever, towards a kind of research that does that more, that focuses more on the listening, which is great. And then your comment or question about resistance made me think about the importance of actually, if we are listening, are we also listening to the silences? Like, what are people not saying? Because sometimes that's super significant. And silence as a conscious form of resistance. I will choose not to respond to your question, and there's a reason for that, and I'm probably not going to tell you that either, and that is my right. And that's pretty cool as well. But also just the idea that people are not in any way obliged to share their lives with us, but so often they do, and that generosity gets to me every time. And then ethics. So Sahela was also saying, I think towards the beginning of her presentation, that when you get into the field, your work so rarely looks exactly the way you planned it out. So in real life, things happen, and you have to sort of maneuver while you're in the field or in the process. And ethics can be one of those things. And doing ethics every day, all the time, in every interaction with the people we work with our co-researcher participants, can be really, really difficult. And it's something that we talk about a lot and try and talk about with our co-researcher participants. Like, if they have produced a visual artifact in which their face is visible, our ethics committee says absolutely not. You cannot share that product anywhere ever. But for our co-researcher participants, they're very proud of the work that they've produced, and it's an amazing piece of work, and they should be proud. And should they not be able to decide whether or not and where or not they want their work to be shared? And to assume that they don't understand what happens when you put something on the internet is also problematic, because young people have grown up with this stuff now. Their view on it is not the same as ours. And it just feels weird for me to have to tell our co-researcher participants, well, sorry, you can't have your name on this because we're not allowed to share your name with people. And that's weird. But then, and I'm nearly finished. But then thinking about what Matt was talking about with gender-based violence and accessing services and referrals, we have to have a referral sort of plan in place, and we tell the ethics committee that this is what we're going to do. And even that we're going to map out the services that are available in the communities that we work in. But what if there aren't any? Because that's a reality. We had like a 6-year project in one community, and the whole way through we had one social worker who was from an NGO who was able to provide psychosocial support like immediately. So what do you do then in those circumstances? That's a huge ethical issue. And also the consequences of reporting. If we then feel obliged to report, what are the consequences of that for the person who's disclosed to us? So we're going to report that their stepfather is abusing them, but the stepfather is the breadwinner in the family. We report him, he gets arrested, then nobody can eat, the kids can't go to school. All of these things are things we have to think about and take into consideration when we're doing ethics every day on the ground. And I'll stop talking now, thank you.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to reflect on this issue around whether or not people use the term intersectionality in their research, or they call it intersectionality, and whether or not that matters, you know. And I must say I was also one of those who, probably you'll see in my presentation, was able to do my research without using the term intersectional. So I do identify with those who feel that way. But my question is, does it matter that we call it intersectional? And I guess that's also a methodological question that we probably need to answer if we hope, and I think this is where we are going in terms of our next presentation, we hope that our research will have an impact on policy with an eye towards praxis. Then these are things that we need to resolve, because what I liked and what I've seen from yesterday is that framework, 5 points that people were using to assess their research in terms of determining whether it's intersectional or not. And I would like to hear from others what they think, but for me, I think if we want our research to be impactful with an eye towards praxis, then we do need a framework.
I don't think I'm answering per se, but I'm just sharing my experience. So during my training in anthropology, I've come across a lot of writing on interpretive reflexivity specifically, and I'd like to share some sources that are very reader-friendly. They're not too theoretical, but not too fluffy. So there is Bernard's skills of participant observation, which touches upon rapport, building trust, continuity in the field as well, and when to exit the field, which is something I feel we all feel a burden of, like when do I say it's done? So that one is called Skills of Participant Observation. There's also Lichterman, Lichterman, on interpretive reflexivity. That's the title of the paper. And one of my favorites is called The Hard Work of Small Talk. It's part of a book on discourse analysis by Dreisen and Jensen. And it discusses this value we have to give to everyday conversation and the value you have to give to interactions you have outside when the mics are, when the recording stops, the kind of value you give to when the research is over, what comes out of the field and out of the people we work with. And the last two are Jackson's I Am a Field Note, which talks a lot about this dynamic and power dynamic between researcher and researched. And the last one is Carolyn Ellis's The Ethnographic I as in I, which merges this whole position of researcher within how the study is conducted and how people interact with the researcher going to the field. I also want to touch upon Lisa's point on internet and social media. I honestly struggle as well, because even on a personal level, I feel like we're all commodified in the spaces we are in without our consent being taken, be it if you're a presenter or a bride or a birthday girl, whatever you are, kind of. I had a huge fight with the person who took videos of my wedding because he thought I'm a marketing material that he can post online. So I feel like this is a very big ethical question that we have when it comes to consent. And yes, now fieldwork is actually moving more towards visual fieldwork, towards even documenting it in visual, be it videos or pictures, or accounting for the activities that are happening in the field. But we don't really account for, if one of the 109 women in the room don't want to be on camera or don't want the reuse of their pictures, what do we do then? So it's more of some resources, but also a heavy question on ethics as well. And then back to calling it intersectionality, I feel like that's the whole point of coining the term. I feel like even with illnesses, if you go and you get diagnosed and you have the name for the symptoms you have, you tend to take it more seriously. So I feel like if you offer yourself the landscape of doing intersectionality, you give it to yourself, okay, you have those corner kind of social categories you want to look at, it's more likely that you will not miss them. Rather than, yes, knowing you're being ethical, you're being inclusive, you have a very, very robust framework, but it doesn't necessarily bind you to go back and look at race. It doesn't really force you to go back to gender dynamics. So I feel like because intersectionality has very clear categories of the social, it forces us to think in those ways rather than believe that we do, but not really do it. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I hate to be that person, but unfortunately, I do have to kind of move us along in terms of the program so that we have a longer discussion later on when it comes to the recommendations. And I think this discussion can lay the groundworks for the recommendation session and discussion that we're going to have later on. But in order for us to have time for that, kind of have to be the person who packs it here. And at least we have these ideas and these comments floating in our minds for the next discussion. And a lot of people, presenters, a lot of people in the room have been talking about the policies and the advocacy. How do we go back? How do we advocate? How do we include this in policy? Are the policies relevant? Are the frameworks like the human rights relevant in the context? So I think this next panel is going to cover a lot of that, and we want to be able to give them that time as well. So we are about, the next segment session is a panel on intersectionality and policymaking. So our panelists are going to be Dr. Jamela Hoven, Nicole Maloba, and Collins Liko. And I am going to read out their bios as they are making their way to our living room so that they can get comfortable and be seated for the next presentations. Okay, so Dr. Jamela Hoveni, as a social researcher, leads the Feminist Economics Project at the Institute for Economic Justice. She holds a PhD in economics and an MCOM in financial markets from Rhodes University. Dr. Jamela brings a wealth of experience, and prior to joining the IEJ, she spent 9 years in academia, both as a lecturer and researcher, specializing in gender analysis in economics, trade, macroeconomics, and finance. Her corporate background includes the roles as a financial analyst and economist. Jamela is a self-published communist. Okay, this is about to be a very different discussion. No, feminist. I hope everybody heard me. Feminist. Feminist creative writer, authoring an anthology, Random Walk, Modern African Histories. She is a spoken word poet who focuses on empowering women and challenging gender stereotypes. And then our next panelist is going to be Nicole Maloba, who is a lawyer and policy researcher committed to bridging localized efforts in women's socio-economic rights with broader legislative gender reform and feminist macroeconomic analysis in Africa. She currently leads the Economic Justice and Rights program at Femnet. She previously served as the Africa Advocacy Advisor at Christian Aid Africa and coordinated the CEDAW and Microeconomic Working Group at IWRAWAP. She holds a master's degree in gender and law from SOAS University of London, a postgraduate certificate in sustainable development, and a human rights law from the University of Antwerp, and a LLB, Bachelor of Laws, from Middlesex University. She enjoys music and exploring Africa's hidden gems. Yes, they do. They do. We have a poet. Yes. And our last panelist is Collins Liko. Collins Liko is the coordinator of the Economic Policy and Human Rights Working Group at the International Network for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Prior to joining the network, Collins was involved in advancing the economic and social rights of marginalized grassroots communities from a development and economic policy and human rights lens. He has a great deal of experience in research, capacity building, community organizing, and movement building. He has been engaged in advocacy at different levels, including at the United Nations. He holds a BA in Sustainable Human Development Social Sciences from the Catholic University of East Africa, a certificate in monitoring and evaluation. He is currently a final year student studying a master's degree in public policy and administration. I think we can have a round of applause for them. Collins, you didn't tell us your hobbies. So maybe you will start off by your hobbies. Okay.
Why are you getting my secret?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to read out the prompt. I forgot to read out the prompt for this discussion. So the prompt is, what is the importance of intersectional development research for informing policies for a just and sustainable global economy? Our presenters have 20 minutes each to make their presentations, after which a Q&A session will resume. Can we please have their presentations? Thank you. Dr. Jamila, you'll be first. Does
this thing work?
It does.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. Good morning, or is it good afternoon, everyone? Thank you so much for inviting me to this space to be a part of this amazing project that I've been a part of in the last few days, or just the last 2 days. So we were asked to reflect on this question, and I'm going to stand behind the podium, but I'll try to move around. Being a lecturer, at heart, I like the comfort of the podium. But anyway, I prepared some slides, and I feel a bit now like I'm over-prepared because my fellow panelists did not prepare slides because they thought this is a panel, so we shall have a good discussion. But I felt under pressure when I was asked to share my slides, so I prepared some slides. So just in thinking about this is a very broad question, I was saying earlier today, but I think having sat through the presentations yesterday, the case studies, I was able to kind of fill in the blanks, because I must say, when I came here yesterday, I didn't know what to say. Where do I start on this? Just to say that I really enjoyed the report that you produced on intersectionality or intersectional research. And I must also say that as a feminist researcher, I've always done intersectional work. It was my first time seeing intersectional research, those two words together. And in a way, for me, it felt like, are we mainstreaming intersectionality? But what does intersectionality actually mean? I don't want to repeat everything that has been said, but I just wanted to share a little bit on what it means to me. And a lot, you can read that definition, has already been said. But for me as a feminist, and also as a woman, as I said, a woman from Limpopo, a girl who grew up in rural Limpopo, I always had questions around my community, around the women that who brought me up, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my mother, around their well-being, around their voices, around their agency. And in thinking about all of that, I believe that I sort of, let me just say, I can summarize a few key words in terms of how I saw that research evolving, and how that research was intersectional for me. Bearing in mind that I had these questions from when I was a young girl, like 5, 10, 15 years old. So for me, I think the issue around research embedded in context has already been exhausted. The issues around social justice and change-oriented has already been spoken about. I want to emphasize the issue of Black feminist research, and being one who comes from that tradition, that for me, that is what it means to be intersectional. The issue around lived experience, and as I said, for me, it has always been theorizing from my place, my positionality as a young girl from Limpopo. And then finally, research that is historically situated. I've always had a thing, being a poet, I've always had a thing about voice, centering the voices of marginalized people. So for me, intersectional research has that aspect, and I heard someone say yesterday, and I was quite happy that they mentioned the issue of voice, centering marginalized voices, which is what I had always wanted to do. So we spoke a little bit, some people spoke a little bit about intersectionality and positionality. And just again, reflecting on what has been said over the past 2 days, your report, I was able to bring out a few keywords that spoke to me personally in terms of what is intersectional research. So it's a conceptual tool, yes, we heard. It's an ethical stance, I think, and a form of praxis. For me, I think that's quite important. When I go into the field, as a social researcher, as a girl from Limpopo, as a lecturer, as an economist, as a poet, as all these things that I wear on my shoulders, at the end of the day, it's about my ethics and my stance that I bring into the research. And just to say that most useful, I think, for us, what I have seen over the past couple of days is how intersectional research or intersectionality can be a versatile conceptual tool or a lens that can be applied to our research. So I'm just gonna move around a bit. If I move and just do this, doesn't work. Does it? Okay, it does. So I just wanna move around a little bit and say, as we said yesterday, and we also said today, we've been doing intersectional research, especially as feminists. And for me, that has been about centering the experiences of Black women from my community. This is a picture. The lady in front with the stick is actually my aunt. She's my paternal aunt, which means she's my father's sister. And the lady in the green with the green jersey, that's my mother. And the rest of the women are the women who come from our village. This is a project on elder women's pensioners in Limpopo, in my village, of which my mother manages. She's the manager, and my aunt is a part of. And as I said to you, I grew up watching these women and having questions around them, their lives, and so on. So a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I decided, there are some questions that I finally want to investigate, as a researcher, not just but also as a community member. So I undertook this research, which I will speak about a little bit. I'm not gonna bore you with the details because I think you've already sat through so many case studies, but I thought it was important for me in answering how exactly can intersectional research be used to inform policy, to talk a little bit about this research. So just a little bit of a framing around how I sought to answer this question. I thought about the research questions, which I think we have exhausted again. I also thought about the policy questions. What does this imply? What kind of policies will promote sustainable development? Okay. I won't focus too much here. I think we've already discussed this. But I think in doing my research and also thinking around the use of intersectional research, we have spoken about the issue of how it is helpful in highlighting inequalities. And there are various inequalities that we can talk about, gender, race, and so on. For me, in this context, with this community, I was interested in rural versus urban inequalities. And in my next slide, you will see how I was saying that rural women in South Africa are the most marginalized. And this comes from a historical context or a history of apartheid's special development where they created these homelands in various locations around South Africa. So we've inherited this legacy that has resulted in a situation where most rural women are marginalized economically, socially, and politically. So this was the context that I not only grew up in, but I was working in as a researcher. At the same time, this is the curious thing. Rural women are actually the #1 supporters of the ruling government. If you look at provinces like Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Eastern Cape, those are the highest numbers for the ANC. It's like 76, and most of those people are rural women. So in a way, we have a government that is not accountable to its huge constituency of rural women. So some of the questions that I was interested in here in this community were questions around the climate crisis and the care crisis, the extent to which climate and care crisis intersect. And I think in this particular community, which is my community, these effects are quite prominent for various reasons. One of those reasons is for what the reasons that I've already mentioned, those rural versus urban inequalities. But the other reasons are around agriculture being a huge form of livelihood for this community, and also the role of specifically elder women in care work in the rural countryside. This is quite unique, I think, to this, not to this particular community, but to South African rural areas, where over time we've witnessed this outward migration of young people to seek employment in the CBD, leaving young children and the elderly behind. So we have this situation where rural elderly women are basically undertaking care work, in terms of child work. At the same time, there's also been a high increase in elder care needs with aging populations and so on. So this is the research that I undertook. I was interested in understanding what are their care needs, what are the climate change impacts on their livelihoods, and especially the intersection between elder care and child care. Okay, so you have elderly women undertaking child care. One of the women that I spoke to, she's a great-grandmother who's 94 years old, who's undertaking some child care. So I spoke to the grandmother and I asked her, so when you are not home, who looks after these children? And the grandmother said, my mother, who is the great-grandmother, and she's 94 years old. So of course, the intersection between child and elder care results in this situation where elderly women are very vulnerable. They're vulnerable because they're elderly, therefore they're frail, they're sick, but they're also vulnerable because they are undertaking this child care. Finally, they're vulnerable because they are poor, So for me, it was quite clear when I started having these conversations, even before I undertook the research, that this had to be the approach to doing this research. Okay, so I'm gonna skip here. I think someone said this thing about insiders versus outsiders. So I can stand here today and say I am an insider, but maybe they don't think that I'm an insider because I'm privileged, I don't live in the community anymore. But I like how they always would refer to me as Mwana. Mwana means our child. So in a way, I hope I'm an insider, but maybe I'm not. By the way, that's the great-grandmother who is 94 years old, who's still undertaking childcare. Okay, so I'm just going to fast forward by just giving you a very brief kind of key findings and why these findings are important. So the findings around the high burden of childcare that women in this community undertake. The findings around their vulnerability, which is due to the fact of high rates of poverty, unemployment, and systemic poverty. Their vulnerability due to the fact that they are involved in precarious forms of employment, mostly subsistence farming, and so on. And then finally, which I think is quite key, which we don't talk often enough about, is infrastructural inequalities that we see when we move from the urban to the rural. So this is lack of access to water, electricity, transport, which actually intensifies their care burdens and so on. Okay, I wanted to speak a little bit about time poverty because this was quite important and prominent here. How women's time poverty was even intensified by the various infrastructural gaps and infrastructural inadequacies and so on. And let me maybe just pause here before I move on to the next section. So I think for us as macroeconomists, my friends being in the room, and I must say lately, I sometimes feel a bit ashamed to call myself an economist. We have such a bad reputation. I prefer to call myself a social scientist. But for us, the questions around the macro and the micro, right? How the macroeconomic context, policies that we are putting in place impact the micro was quite prominent and quite important. Most economists don't think like that. They don't wonder about the granny who's 94 years old who lives in the rural village and how a particular policy will impact on her livelihood, on her well-being, and her burden of care, for example. They don't, but they should, because if we hope to put in place policies that can make a difference, can promote sustainable development, that has to be our thinking and our framing. So, I like this framework of the care diamond. I don't know how many, 5 minutes, okay, I'll be done. How many people in this room are care researchers? But the framework of the care diamond is useful because it shows us how care is distributed, within a state, right, between family, state, market, and so on. And sometimes some of the policies that are put in place around how money is spent on social services, infrastructure, and so on, ends up redistributing, shifting, the burden of care, either onto families and households and so on. So in this context, in this community, we see how actually the women here are shouldering a lot of this burden because of the lack of infrastructure, because of the neglect, because of being marginalized, because of being poor. So by thinking or looking at a framework like the care diamond, we can actually start to ask ourselves questions around when we put in place specific policies, how does that impact communities? Because essentially this is what it does, using the example of care. So like I said, the research undertaken here and the case studies that have already been presented shows that to think of women in generic terms is inappropriate. It's overlooks a lot, okay? So we need to be intersectional in how we even think about women. People think, if we think of men and women and therefore we take into account gender, we are intersectional, but it's not enough. I think it has already come up that we need to be even more intersectional in how we think about women and so on. So we need a shift, and the shift is thinking around how public policy can actually be used to impact social outcomes, impact health outcomes, well-being, and so on. That's the kind of shift we need as economists, I believe. We spend too much time thinking about the macro level. I'm almost done. So these are just examples in terms of, a tax policy, how does that impact households? A social policy, how does it impact a particular community? And I believe today when you go away, you'll think of that community from Zanin, which is my community. You'll remember my aunt in the front dancing because she was so happy that we were there to document their stories. So then it will become a real issue, right? It's not just about people and women and so on. It's about communities, okay? So, as I said, the connection between the macro and the micro is important, and thinking about the impacts of macroeconomic policies such as austerity on communities, this is also a good one. It highlights the importance of investing in social services. This is just a summary. Just to say that an intersectional lens helps us to understand the unique disadvantages faced by communities, which allows us to design impactful policies. Intersectional research along with disaggregated data by race, gender, and location is useful, specifically time use data. So South Africa's time use data is not great. We were working earlier with colleagues from Brazil, and they were telling us how their time use data is more up to date in terms of documenting how women use their time or people use their time. So our data is not great, but that's also quite useful because it tells you, it zooms into the individual. How much time do you have? And allows us to have even a conversation around time poverty. This is my last slide, don't worry. So, and also if, I think my presentation or my example of those rural women from Zanin also shows that, for example, there's a difference between rural women and urban women. While they both face food insecurities for different reasons. For rural women, it's issues around the impacts of climate change and how that impacts their livelihoods and their subsistence farming and so on. For urban women, it's for different reasons. People talk about high food prices and so on. So again, you see how it's quite important to just have that lens in order to reveal these vulnerabilities that are unique. Okay, so the rural women I interviewed experienced severe time poverty due to income and infrastructural inequalities, as I said. For me, I think, and I was making some notes earlier, now they completely flew off my mind, but someone said something that I think was useful around designing policy, impactful, having contextual data in order to help us to design impactful policies. So let me stop here. Thank you.
I like standing in podiums because they make me feel tall. Just a minute. So thank you so much for inviting me to this great space. So much work that everyone is doing that's actually fitting into being able to have different impacts and changes. So I'm really happy to be able to contribute to the conversation today. My work around, so I work in economic justice and rights, and mainly trying to advocate for women's socioeconomic rights from the feminist macroeconomic perspective. So of course, over the years, we found that a lot of interventions for women's socioeconomic rights, especially by governments, are largely at the micro level. And so you find governments will be able to have small tokens of, money, those small money to be able to do farming. Sometimes they push you to entrepreneurship, to be able to have like salons or whatnot. But we largely felt that this sort of distracts women from actually engaging in macroeconomic policy making, which actually that's where the policies are made, which actually trickle down to actually impact their livelihoods, such as healthcare, public service delivery and financing, etc. And so when I was invited here to speak about, of course, how intersectional approach is able to influence policy, there's so many things that we do. So even as Dr. Jamila said, it's so broad. I was like, what do I tell you? Which tea do I give you? Which one do I not? But I'll just give you a brief story because I like to tell stories. Over the years, I've discovered that you know how economists are, your language. So depending on different platforms, I'll just give you a story which explains why I do what I do, how I do it, and what is it that I'm trying to be able to achieve. So once upon a time, the time being even now, in the vibrant and diverse land of country A,
the climate began to change dramatically. The weather grew more unpredictable, and natural disasters became more frequent and severe. Coastal areas experienced rising sea levels and caused significant erosion, sweeping away homes and infrastructure. In this unfolding crisis, women bore the heaviest burden. They were the ones who had to rebuild their homes, restore their livelihoods, and reconstruct community infrastructure after each climate disaster. On the top of this, they faced increased health issues, with diseases like dengue fever, malaria, and yellow fever becoming even more common. But why has the climate in country A changed so drastically? Who is behind this upheaval? Enter country B, the largest polluter and contributor to global emissions. The industrial activities and relentless carbon footprint are key drivers of the climatic changes wreaking havoc in country A. Returning to the struggles of country A, to cope up with the damages caused by these climate-induced disasters, they often borrow money. And when additional borrowing isn't possible, they sometimes suspend debt repayments to redirect resources towards disaster relief and recovery efforts. And in other instances, they cut back on essential public services, which are crucial to the well-being of women and girls. And who do they borrow from? You guessed it, country B, the very nation responsible for their plight. So one might think that country B, aware of the role that they play in country A's suffering, would feel empathetic, but no. Country B, what they like, in Kenya we like to say character development. Country B shows country A character development, and they impose even harsh conditions that push country A further into poverty, creating a vicious cycle of dependency and debt. But why doesn't country A have enough money to address these issues? The answer lies in a painful history. Country B has long been exploited by country A's people, land, communities, natural resources, and economies, leading to deep-seated impoverishment, and they continue to do so using new methods to maintain their control and influence. So this is the tragic tale of the interconnectedness of gender, debt, climate, financing for development, and well-being, and the urgent need for systemic reform. It is a story that demands we acknowledge colonial legacies and the neocolonial iterations and promote feminist alternatives that center the well-being of people and planet. And so we need to move beyond rhetoric to implementation, to strengthening language that is intersectional and reflective of the needs and lived realities of women and girls in macroeconomic policies, beyond an ask, and instead demand transformative action and accountability. So that's, in summary, is what I do and how I attempt to do it. And so, of course, over the years, using an intersectional feminist approach, what we've actually discovered is that it's not necessarily about making sure that every oppression is being named, but it's actually trying to make sure that every person is accounted for. And we found that over the years, in trying to be able to have different stakeholders come on board and be actually use an intersectional approach in terms of the policies they're making, especially whether you're dealing with governments, civil society, policymakers, you're dealing with the IMF and World Bank, and you're trying to explain why austerity measures actually impact women and girls in terms of public service delivery and financing, and advocating for regressive tax measures. It's a huge task, and no one actually wants to hear intersectionality. And there's a lot of essentialism which we found whereby they just assume African women and girls, you're all put in the same bracket. But no one actually asks, especially like when I was asking yesterday on Fazana, how poverty doesn't stop at finding that women are disproportionately poor. So now we have to look at which women from which region and what sort of policies maybe have been implemented that contribute to them being identified as poor. And then you also now look at the history and the context in terms of how they ended up being, identified as poor. So we've seen, of course, there's a danger of single category descriptions, which don't necessarily reflect the reality that we have multiple identities. So for us, we use intersectionality, which requires us to think differently about identity, power, and equality. So I'll give an example of, I'm sure if you've been watching news, you know Kenya had this finance bill, and it was a whole whirlwind of, emotions, riots, etc. And of course, for us as Femnet, what we did was be able to look at the finance bill and look at it from an intersectional perspective and be able to look at various articles and see how do these articles impact women in all their diversity, women and girls. And one of the articles, just focus on one specific, was they wanted to introduce an eco-levy. And this eco-levy would mean that we would have to pay more taxes, for example, on we would have to pay more taxes on sanitary towels, but it didn't matter whether it was locally produced or whether it was produced from outside of Kenya. Now, the issue here is that what our argument was that the government did not ask themselves why there was such a whirlwind as to why Kenyan women and girls were trying to say, we don't want to use locally produced pads and we prefer using pads that have been produced outside of Kenya. So if ladies, you might know this. So there was a huge campaign about my always experience in Kenya at some point, some 2 years back. And different women were coming on board to share their experience with my always. For the gentlemen in the room, always is a type of sanitary towel brand. And for the ladies, you must know that, of course, the sanitary towel used in South Africa, for example, if you travel to the States or you travel elsewhere, very different quality, very, very different quality. And so women were sharing their experiences, and they were resulting to, SRHR issues, a lot of reproductive issues in terms of using the locally produced sanitary towels, because they were making them with, cheap quality products, cotton, some plastic, etc. And so our argument, of course, from an intersectional approach was governments did not necessarily look at how having an eco-levy on this would actually be able to impact girls differently depending on, of course, your class levels, etc., and different sort of multidisciplinary identities. And so we're able to lobby around, and we did get, of course, the eco-levy removed, and they said, okay, fine, now it's not going to be on locally produced items, and we'll also try and remove it from internationally produced items as well. But that doesn't necessarily fix issues. And sometimes we lobby around having intersectional approach to policies, but the win is it's such a long shot, and those are the experiences we have within our work that sometimes I wish I was in working towards the micro, because then if it's to make sure there's water accessibilities, I can lobby for a pipe to go to a village and they'll have water, as opposed to macroeconomic, which is a long shot. But it's important to be consistent and to be able to have solidarity around it, because once we get the win, it actually trickles down to actually have much more impact. The other thing also, of course, intersectionality has also helped us, value a bottom-up approach within our work to be able to get a lot of impact. So, for example, when we do research around feminist trade policy and, for example, the AFCFTA, and when we look at that sort of research, a while back, of course, we do say that our work is intersectional and we approach, but later on, the more you do your research, the more you realize, I'm not as intersectional as I thought. So you go back to the drawing board and you're trying to advocate around opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area for cross-border traders. But then you're writing a concept note and you're writing TORs and you're looking at the background and methodology, and again, it's qualitative, but you haven't necessarily also gone down to actually ask cross-border traders what they actually need. So the woman who's at the borderline selling you tomatoes and onions, have you gone to ask her, hey, this new, first of all, they don't know anything about the AFCFTA, so they don't know which opportunities you're talking about. They already have challenges with their government systems. And so when you go there, you'll find that women actually need different things than what us in policy spaces might actually be advocating for. So we constantly have to take ourselves back to be able to make sure that the peoples who we are trying to represent legitimize the research that we're doing, but also contribute to the process from the beginning all the way to the end through the dissemination. So actually getting that, you'll find that a lot of the research we did ended up just a lot of those cross-border trader women just want good wash facilities at the border. They're like, it's not safe. You find a lot of them go through, GBV issues. They're harassed. Most of them also have financing mechanisms which work for them. So some will even tell you, we don't need to be digitalized. It's been working for us. What we want is that we don't want to have to pay huge taxes when we are selling our products, but we should also get different dynamics to set up. So that actually helps having that bottom-up approach to actually apply intersectionality within our work. But I think also what has really been interesting, because it also came up in some of the questions, was the whole men-to-men approach. Because we've done that as well in terms of, we've had attempts in terms of also bringing men into the conversation, especially about women's economic empowerment and women's economic empowerment within macroeconomic perspectives. And we've also had, for example, capacity building initiatives. Our flagship program, which is the African Feminist Macroeconomics Academy, which we've been having for the last 7 years, which we're able to, build the capacities of feminists who are working within economic justice and rights from diverse spheres. And it actually expanded to sub-regional because, again, we had to take that intersectional approach to be able to have and target, for example, women and girls within specific sub-regions in Africa based on their context, their needs, their understandings, etc. And that has actually been able to help grow the feminomics. We call it the feminomics movement, because now we have a lot of, if you look at the amount of data that comes out on feminist macroeconomic analysis, even 2 years back, it's largely grown. Just because we also have a lot of people who are taking up this course on African feminisms, and I know IJ also has a summer school as well, so there are even many more summer schools. When Femnet and IJ started the summer school on African feminist macroeconomics, there are many more summer schools which are also coming up, so that, and taking that intersectional approach in terms of, unpacking and going to sub-regional perspectives also helps in terms of making sure that the feminist macroeconomics we're advocating for in terms of policy making is aligned to the context and to the needs of the African women and girls in those sub-regions. But what was really interesting is there's a time we're also having this session in the grassroots level. And what happened was that you find that you're empowering these women, and sometimes when they're, okay, she can come, but when it's lunchtime, you see the husbands outside. They're like, you need to come home and make lunch. And then playtime is done. And so there's a lot of, and that's why we try to have decolonial approaches, because there's so much unpacking and unlearning that we have to unlearn and teach, and sort of knowings that empowering a woman doesn't mean she necessarily has to step aside from what maybe culturally is known as some of her contributions. She's happy to come and make lunch, but she's also happy to be in class. And so how do we maneuver those sort of introspection? So we also started having, before the African Feminist Macroeconomics Academy just used to be for women, but now we also started including men into the conversation, especially since you find a lot of these men at the leadership position in ministries of finance and economics, in key tax jurisdiction offices and whatnot, and we can't be able to speak in a silo, so we also need them to be able to advocate for that. And then just something I wanted to touch on, because it also came out with a question about human rights. We've also been doing a lot in terms of using intersectionality, of course, to advocate for policy, and I'm sure a lot of South Africans must be conversant with them. Do I say it? My pronunciation will suck. The Mlangu case, or the Mlanga case? I think it's Mlangu. I hope I pronounced it well. Anyway, the domestic worker case. She was a domestic worker, yes, which in terms of the precedent which was used, and also intersectionality was actually part of the obituary dicta. I'm trying not to use legal language, but information which was shared within the court proceedings, which has actually been used to also, it used to actually fight for them to get the judgment which they got, which actually got to represent, domestic workers to be able to access social protection mechanisms within, and to be identified as people who are also in the labor industry formally. And those those are some of the wins in terms of how intersectionality has been used to also get policy. Now, of course, the realities of it actually trickling down and the implementation, because, and I wouldn't know, of course, if a lot of cases have also now been able to use that as precedent to be able to advocate for domestic workers to be able to get the same benefits as formal employers. But a win is a win. And we largely also in Femnet advocate, of course, for a rights-based approach to women's socio-economic rights, because we've seen that when we say we're using a rights-based approach, it doesn't necessarily also limit itself to strategic litigation. It goes as far as also just language. And I think we need to normalize using rights-based language even in our advocacy, in our work, and I think even as researchers, in terms of using, for example, terms as duty bearers, obligation, because we need to normalize moving away from the mentality that we are asking our governments for favors when it's actually our rights. That small step can actually be able to influence governments to actually be able to get the impact that we're looking for. And we largely also do that in terms of also showing women, like we've also done that in terms of empowering women on their socioeconomic rights using a rights-based approach. And when we have those sessions, especially with women at the grassroots level, what it has actually impacted is that, because I'm not sure if it's the same in South Africa, so you know during election season, when he's coming to ask you for votes, they'll give you small tokens of money and they tell you come, and whatnot. But women are now actually demanding. Also, when there's public participation about a specific tax policy, women are actually contributing to those because we've built their capacity on feminist microeconomics to understand how these policies impact them based on an intersectional perspective. So they actually contribute and they're like, no, this doesn't work for us. Or when they go there and they try and lure them with money, they tell them, no, we want hospitals because this will mean ABCD. We want good employment with benefits. We want schools for our children. And that also, contributes to actually changing the retrospect of how governments are actually being able to trickle down how they make their policies. So it's actually been the fight is still, of course, ongoing. We win some, we lose some. With the finance bill, as I mentioned, we're able to kick out the finance bill and have a lot of lobbying around that, but we've still seen trickets. Our government is like a cat with 9 lives. We still see, it's still ongoing. We still have the same articles being implemented even now post the finance bill. But I guess for us, the win was the fact that we can come together and also have reflexive solidarity in terms of putting women at the forefront in terms of feminist interventions, and also women having various forms of resistance, organizing in the various ways they came ahead to be able to tackle that. So I'll just stop there for now because I'm cognizant of time, but looking forward to chatting further.
I know we've been sitting for, I don't know how many, the last 2 hours. Do you want to stand up just for a minute? Stretch your legs. Yeah. Just for a minute. Yeah, stretch like. Do what pleases you. Just stretch, yeah. Let's do this.
It's a proper stretch.
Yeah. Can we do this a little bit? Okay. Thank you. Have a seat. So, thank you very much. I can confidently say that it is the most difficult thing to try and do, in terms of speaking after Dr. Jamila and Nicole have actually spoken. They've absolutely exhausted everything that I would have said, but it's fine. I'll try to also come in. I don't know, I had some slides. I don't know if Avela, I'm sure you have them. So thank you very much, Siviwe. I want to really appreciate you inviting me into this space. But I also want to say that yesterday I did a lot of listening. I've done a lot of work on human rights and social justice, and I think from around 2013 until now, I'm almost 10 years old in the field. And I've done a lot of talking and saying a lot of things in this life, to the extent that now I've learned the art of really just listening more in saying less. So I'll be very brief, like super brief, and then we can perhaps create more time to hear more from you and the rest of the participants. So yesterday, or rather today, one of the key lessons that I'm taking home, having learned from all the presentations yesterday, is that one, intersectionality as a concept, or rather as a framework, cannot exist in a vacuum, right? Looking at all the case studies that were, shared yesterday and partly today, I realized that they're very contextual. I mean, you look at intersectionality, but it's contextual. And I liked what, I think, Rudo, yeah, I liked what you said. Intersectionality is adaptable. I mean, it's not like it has to be looked at as something that is fixated or something that has to be done in a certain way. You need to twist it to fit into your own context and then be able to use it. So having said that, and Nicola, I just want to underscore one thing that you said. I'm sure men in this house, me included, we are good husbands. So we will not show up anywhere. We will not show up anywhere. We will try not to show up anywhere when you are in class, indicating that, hey, I'm hungry. No. We'll make sure we let you finish your classes. So I have listened to the definitions of intersectionality, like the best part of yesterday and today. They are not very much the same, but there are certain things that are very common, right? The issue that intersectionality is about understanding the different power imbalances, the different disadvantages, and the different discriminations that people face. That is for me, that is the baseline, about intersectionality. So it doesn't matter how you want to really define it, as long as you know those three things, or rather, you understand how it impacts on all of us. For me, that is very key. I don't know why my slides are not moving. Sorry. Okay, so let me see. So which one should I? Okay. Amazing. I've learned. Good. Thank you. So I'll be super brief, as I said. I just, in terms of looking at what people have said about intersectionality, and then I would love to also situate the whole conversation in the global context, because otherwise, if we do not understand what we are up against, then it's difficult for us to think about how it impacts us intersectionally. So I'll talk about that, and then lastly, I'll just talk about why is it very important that, in terms of us thinking about development, then intersectionality forms, a very important part of it. So I just picked some definitions. Of course, the Oxford Dictionary. I also looked at the Society for Research on Adolescent, but also even picked an interesting perspective from the Southern Center for Inequality Studies, looking at it as a lens. And I think yesterday someone talked about, looking at intersectionality as a lens, which we often do, but also how practically do we actually integrate this into our daily, programs, our daily activities that we do. I will not dwell on that so much, because I think there is a broader, or rather a common understanding of what intersectionality is all about in the room. I'm sorry, I'm a social scientist, and by the virtue of being one, I'm very wordy. And the reason is not to make it difficult for you to read, but the reason is to make it easy for you to understand what I'm saying. So I'm very sorry about that. So I work with the International Network for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. That's our website. And we work quite closely with social movements. Social movements are organized groups that are fighting for social justice. And one of our very interesting component within the network is that we have a working group called the Social Movements Working Group. And this social movement working group brings together movements from different parts of the world. And I'm glad to mention that Abalali Basem Jondolo is actually one of our very good movements. So they came up over time to, kind of concretize and, try to understand and deepen our understanding of what are some of the global conditions that social movements, communities, and all of us are facing. I'm bringing this up so that when we talk about intersectionality, then you understand how these problems intersect and kind of, affect all of us. So I'll not be digging deeper into everything, but just to mention, so we have, impoverishment and dispossession amid abundance. So social movements are saying that we live in the most productive world right now, and we have enough resources to educate, feed, and, take care of everybody, house everyone. And that is for sure, that is the truth. But these resources are actually in the hands of a few people, and you'll see this as we move forward. A few people own a lot of these resources, and many of us are actually very poor. There is also the whole problem of corporate capture, and this speaks to what Nicole was saying. You come and pollute, in the name of employment, industrialization, and all of that. So we have corporate capture where, some of the major global corporations actually control a lot of what is happening in our countries. They've gone ahead to capture our governments to the extent that they actually heavily influence policy making in the government in favor of them making profits, but then at the expense of all of us. And you'll see that, whether it's about the environment and everything, corporate capture, the corporations make those decisions. We also have the problem of deepening inequality, and I think this is something that all of us have spoken about even yesterday. It is in the history of the world, we've never seen this level of inequality, and you can read, one of the Oxfam reports there. I know of where 1% of the world owns 90% of the global world, wealth, and then we have 99% of us owning just 1%. So that is the level of inequality that we have. But I think I've broken down in terms of looking at the Oxfam report there. For example, when you have 1% in Asia, for example, you have 1% of the population owning, I think, is it 50 or 48% of the wealth in Asia. That is crazy. You can imagine the level of inequality in Asia. We also have the degradation of ecosystems and climate crisis, and I think my two predecessors speakers have actually alluded to that. Climate crisis is no longer a myth, it's a reality, and is impacting us very, very seriously, disproportionately. Whether you're a woman or a man, you are feeling the impacts of the climate change. For those of us in the social justice field, growing repression, many of us who are agitating for social justice, really with grassroots movements and with communities, we are facing a lot of repression, because of the work that we do. Governments do not want to be put to account for the kind of policies that they make, for the kind of decisions that they make. So a lot of people are facing repression, resisting corporations, resisting authoritative governments, but also resisting being pushed away from their lands. So that is the context. We also have, colonialism. This is something that has not gone away, for sure. Yes, thank you. This is something that has not gone away. We've seen a lot of historical, exploitation. I think Nicole talked about, the current situation of very many countries in the South. We are all indebted, so much so that we even don't have money to, invest in social public services like health, because we have to focus on debt repayment on a daily basis. In our country, Nicole, you know that 70% of our daily domestic revenues actually go into debt repayment. So do we even have money to put on health? We don't. And many countries in Africa face the same problem. We have capitalism, inequality, and all of those. We'll share the slides. Having said that, all of those issues affect all of us. That is the bad news. Like you're affected by the corporate capture, you're affected by the deepening inequality, you're affected by the climate crisis. Like all of them as issues affect all of us. So intersectionally, that is. So I decided to think about, for those of us who do advocacy, what would it really mean in terms of intersectionality? What would it mean in terms of advocacy? And intersectionality being a framework that really helps us understand, and look beyond the traditional way of looking at issues really helps us to dig deeper into understanding, some of these issues. So, for example, it will really deepen a holistic understanding of the complexities of the social issues that we need to deal with in terms of advocacy. It would also help us really have what I would call inclusive policy solutions. The issue of the one size fits all does not apply here, because not all policies can address, all issues unless they are tweaked to address certain issues. And really, intersectionality could be one of those things that really help us. Yesterday, a number of us alluded to the fact that intersectionality could really create a lot of homogeneity in terms of making people understand that, this issue is affecting all of us, and that could really help in terms of building strong alliances and solidarity to be able to push back on some of these issues, as well as really helping to get data-driven and evidence-based kind of advocacy. So it encourages us to really have disaggregated data that captures very many of these aspects. And then there we go. Why would this be important for all of us? I think that intersectionality could really help us dig deeper, and be able to address the root causes of economic inequalities. Some of them are systemic. Until we get deep to really understand how do these issues promote inequalities, or how do they come about, what are the causes, it is difficult for us to create policies if we do not understand some of these root causes. So intersectionality would really help to identify some of the structural and systemic economic factors that we need to address, and that could help us in terms of shaping our policies. I also think that in terms of data, although many of us say we want to use the UN data, but we also have what we call community-driven data, as well as other agencies that produce a lot of data. But how do you produce comprehensive data? You need to find mechanisms like intersectionality that helps you to, go beyond what people, if you are talking about gender, there are so many things under gender that we need to understand. So really, intersectionality could help us do that. But it could also help us understand the diverse experiences different people experience because of who they are, whether it's class, whether it's gender, the geographical locations, and all of that. Yes, it really helps to empower local communities, and I think Nicole mentioned about the aspect of people participating in conversations that affect them. And under that, I said a couple of times I've come across communities saying you cannot do anything about us without involving us. So nothing about us without us. I think that is very, very critical in terms of really communities shaping the kind of policies that they want to be able to then address the economic problems. I talked about context specific, and I think this is something that people have also talked about. There is no one single economic policy that can actually address all the issues. Sometimes there have to be a way in which you contextualize these solutions. And one other thing that I wanted to mention, just as I finish, we live in a world where macroeconomic decisions are made by macro institutions. And these institutions have interest. Some of them, as I said, some of these macro economic policies are shaped by corporations who have interest. And so sometimes cascading these macroeconomic policies, as Dr. Jamila said, to then be able to address microeconomic issues is very difficult. And so there are things that we'll have to grapple with, even as we think about solutions moving forward. And lastly, advocating for just-oriented policies. Intersectional analysis could really help us to, advocate for adaptation of policies that prioritize justice and equity in economic development. And one last thing, perhaps intersectionality, because these issues must be looked at holistically. When you want to talk about social justice, you want to talk about environment, and you want to talk about human rights, these issues must be looked at in tandem, because, the environment affects all of us. So other social issues affect all of us, and you cannot, in terms of human rights, we do not necessarily separate. You don't want to look at, if you don't have access to health, or rather you cannot say, I'll give you access to health and I won't give you access to water. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So all of these issues must be looked at in tandem at the same time, because they affect all of us. As I said, I wanted to be super quick. Those are just additional points. Sustainable solutions, intersectionality development research, to look at environmental sustainability alongside social equity. And that means that the economic policies that we want to put in place should be designed to promote not just growth, but also be able to handle the ecological aspect of our lives, as well as the social well-being. And lastly, the last two, inclusive policy formulation and evidence-based decision-making. As I said, I wanted to be super quick and very precise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause for our panelists. Okay, so we're going to start our Q&A session. I'm looking for questions online. Are there any questions online? Comments?
There is, but it's related to the previous session.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon. Once again, I will introduce myself. Ivan Mendoza from the Colombian Embassy in Pretoria. Havariyako Collins Liko. I lived in Kenya for years and 7 months, so I speak a bit of Swahili. Pole pole. So, Collins, thank you so much for your intervention. I was actually waiting for you because currently our government is implementing an inclusive policy formulation through the Free and Productive Women Fund. There is a program initiative called She Exports to Africa. And the approach of this policy it has a comprehensive intervention that strengthens women's entrepreneurship, enterprises, and/or women organizations for human development, making stronger their economic autonomy and productive growth. Recently, we have the first exploratory mission of this initiative to South Africa at the end of August with 30 led Colombian women businesses to explore the market, but also for them to go back to Colombia and to, with all the feedback they have here, how to improve their portfolio of services and goods. The next step is going to be Kenya. And this is a project that is expected to be implemented for a year. Currently, they are in the internationalization process. They start first doing intervention, also working on the mental approach of the women, because remember I was talking about economic autonomy. And when I met the executive director of this women fund, when they talk about economic autonomy, is for women to decide what I'm going to do with my income, not just to pay school fees, food for my kids, housing, but also for them to decide what else they need as a humans. So the question is, what is going to happen after this 1 year program for them? So listening to you, that you have a lot of research on this intersectionality, maybe it will be of your interest to be in contact with our Colombian embassy in Kenya and to check how you can be part of the post-process and to analyze if this inclusive policy formulation has been successful for this group of women to achieve those targets and goals. And maybe if this is successful, can be replicated in other countries from the global south, because this is an innovative policy implemented by the current government. And so, as I said, I think you will be very interested to meet our ambassador in Kenya, who is also part of this project, because, as I say, the program focused to Africa. She exports to Africa, because we want to connect Colombia with Africa through economic diplomacy. So that was my remarks, and I do thank you for that, Musuri Sana.
I don't want to have a reputation for always having a thing to say. But your presentations have all been so insightful, and so they do raise a lot of questions. So thank you all for this panel discussion, and for actually drawing our attention again about how kind of the macroeconomic policies have micro level impacts. And I really appreciated your intervention, Nicole, about intersectionality in policy, not necessarily, and we found also because of the different contexts that we've been dealing with, not only being about trying to cover everything everywhere at the same time, but the importance of trying to ensure that everyone is accounted for, and the importance of policy around that. And as much as you all were complaining about how broad the topic was, I thought all of your discussions tied in very well with each other, particularly with Dr. Hoveni's first comment around how intersectionality helps us to ask, specific policy questions that deal with the experiences of communities and individuals on the ground, and then leading to this discussion and examples, practical examples of how to actually influence policy, and finally with Collins as well, speaking to kind of how intersectionality can help us to shape those policies. So just two questions, and one, if one of them is for, I think, the next panel on intersectional grant making, if some of our colleagues from the IDRC are connected, and then one for all of the panelists, and we touched on this a little bit with your presentations, but this is also because I think Dr. Hoveni is going to run off before the recommendations. This question of kind of what are the strategies or kind of practical recommendations from your work, and particularly the work with the IEJ as well, in actually trying to influence policies using this kind of intersectional research. And we've heard some inputs around advocacy and lobbying and how that takes place. At the Southern Center, we're often trying, one of our objectives is around influencing policies, right? And we always debate, what does that mean? And given our position within academia, there are certain kind of restrictions in terms of how that works. So how then do we bridge kind of that knowledge or the gap between research and policy making? And then I think to this question, I think Collins, you might be able to speak on this a little bit more. And I think both FemNet and IEJ also deal with this, the importance of mass mobilization in informing policies. A lot of this and because these issues that we're talking about are affecting specific individuals and communities, a lot of the policy changes also have to deal with the influence from kind of the local level. And how do we do that in informing communities about policies, informing communities about rights, and the kinds of strategies that might be out there. But I'll leave, for the question on the IDRC, I think then, or even to the participants, is, we've had conversations around dissemination, and a lot of this is all about, sharing these stories, mass mobilization, as I've spoken about. But there's also this question about the international development community and what their role might be in this, both from a kind of funding perspective, but also in amplifying these experiences and taking them to the international spaces where they can be recognized. What role do you see for kind of the international development community, and also for development research funding organizations in particular? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And that was just a nice reflection on what we've been doing as well. So my question was pretty similar to Saviwe, so I'm just going to have to be more blunt. How do you think we're doing, because you've mentioned micro, macro, how do you think we're doing sort of using an intersectional approach or extending intersectional research to policy. And part of the reason I was thinking about that is because there was much more agreement in this room over the past 2 days than I had probably anticipated, and all of us appreciating complexity, right, and the nuance of overlapping vulnerabilities. But I wonder if it wouldn't be uncontroversial to suggest that policymakers sometimes don't do so well with complexity. Tell us what you want us to do and how effective it's going to be on the whole, on average, for most
research in social science research, right? So, I mean, if so, and one of the slides that I actually didn't show in my presentation, the last slide, was that from WMC, we want an intersectional perspective in development research to be a baseline, like a basic sort of like position from which one does sort of development research, right? The complexity and all of that to be the bottom line, basically, from which you approach things, right? So I want us to also sort of keep that thought when we are having this conversation. Particularly also, I mean, I feel like we've lost the conversation about the fact that this approach, this naming of this approach, comes from a particular history of Black feminist interventions in the global North, right? So I think maybe we think about that a little bit as well, because it is informed by a particular sort of historical developments and particular historical requirement, right, to address sort of law reform in the US. Okay, so now, I mean, having said all of that, I think that the intersectionality framework, as sort of produced for us by IDRC, right, is given us a particular sort of a toolkit, maybe, right? And particularly if say, sort of like research in economics or research in sort of legal research, basically, right, is not traditionally seen to be doing that kind of like socially embedded research that is required, then I think it's enormously useful. And as Sohaila said, we need a I think a couple of people said, we need a framework, right? And if this framework is useful, then I suppose we can use it, right? I mean, there's no question about it. And also, as a result of this meeting, I think we are also sort of giving the intersectionality framework a lot of meat in some sense, right? We are growing it in some sense, right? I mean, I think one of us stated that, all frameworks are flexible. Somebody makes a framework and other people use it, right? So, I mean, as a framework that has been sort of like, we've been challenged to engage with, I think it is something that we can take forward. I don't think there's any problem with that. But I think even in sort of like what Collins laid out in terms of like the larger background within which we do our research, right? The larger sort of global background. I mean, so the power of like knowledge production and the power of framework production, right? I think we should just we should sit with that awareness. Okay, we don't necessarily have to reject an intersectionality framework just because it came from there, but just sit with that awareness that this is how we came to it, right? And also, I'm sure, in the next session we will be talking about the politics of funding, for instance, right? That also informs how we engage with frameworks and all of that. I mean, if these frameworks are actually pushing for better policy and better knowledge production and all of that, okay, we'll use them, but I think maybe not lose sight of where it's coming from and the context within which we are accessing it.
You can respond.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I think Siviwe asks the most comprehensive questions. I don't even know where to start, but solve the world. So I'm just going to, I think your first question was around success with policy advocacy and change and so on. So I think the IEJ has had some good success, as you would know, in various areas, the SRD grant being one, and various others that do not come to mind at the moment. I'll speak more about our project, our feminist economics project, which is a new project. And we have various kind of work streams and areas within which we work. And that makes me think also about how, in going back to our various works and projects and so on, we cannot speak about intersectional research or intersectionality. We have to come back to the project level and say we're talking about debt or tax or care and so on, because that is the level within which we will engage with communities and also in advocacy. So I think for me, sitting here listening to all of you in terms of the way forward, that was my first thought, that okay, practically, what does this mean for our advocacy strategies, for our communities, as I was saying, and then how does that intersect with policy? I think those are the questions. So for me, I think that, so one of the things that we are actually mainstreaming within the IAJ is the care framework, care as a framing around which we think about women's issues, women economic empowerment. So often when people talk about care, they're like youth care, child care, elder care. But for us, care is a whole framing of thinking about social issues around women economic empowerment. And one of the policy, what we are trying to push particularly for next year with the G20 South Africa, presidency is a national framework for resourcing for care. So that's how through tax and debt, and I keep pointing to Nicole, and I think she knows why. It's because Femnet also works a lot on tax and debt. Through that, that's how we resource for a care strategy in South Africa around health care, education, elder care, various other things. So for us, I think if we can succeed in getting that on the agenda, which is the plan of the G20, and getting G20 governments and to adopt that framework of a national strategy to resource for care, that would be a win. So again, the point being, yes, we are still talking about context-specific research and how it impacts advocacy, but I just wanted to give you a concrete example. Mike was saying policymakers are not good with dealing with complexity. I think we know from our engagements with the Treasury, they are not always useful sometimes because of those issues. But I think through our engagements with the G20 and so on, we hope to at least create that awareness within policymakers. And as Nicole was speaking, we have our summer school, we have various workshops that we do with policymakers to capacitate them in these areas of intersectional research, care work, and so on. So that we hope to influence them, we hope to shift their perspectives, but we might not always be successful for various other reasons that I won't get into now. I think that's it. Let me just stop here and allow the others to comment.
Hello. Thank you for all those great comments and insights. I guess a lot of questions to just think around. So I'll just start with a comment around economic empowerment and, of course, economic autonomy. So the feminist movement actually pushes back from using the word economic empowerment. Largely, because most times we feel, and it also will allude to why you're saying what happens after the year, because of the sustainability component. And so you really push women into entrepreneurship, but you're not trying to be able to create decent employment, for example. And so then you're left stranded after a year of trying to be able to try and make things work. And so when we think around, for us, when we think around economic autonomy, it's beyond, of course, just women having money to be able to decide what they want to use with the money, but to be able to actually have access and control over productive resources. and that's how we look at economic autonomy. So that also now helps in terms of when you're looking to be able to economically empower women, what exactly you're looking that they'll be able to actually have a sustainability component beyond now that year period. So it would really actually be interesting to be able to see what's coming out of that and to be able to sort of see how sustainability components can be applied. On the question on how to bridge research and policy, of course, different stakeholders have different approaches, and every time we have to always like take a step back in terms of what are we trying to lobby around and what are we trying to achieve depending on the different stakeholders. So yes, as you mentioned, especially in terms of like dissemination with in international development, they have certain expectations in terms of the research, even the tone, even the language. They have certain expectations of what you can share and what you can speak. They're not big on the lived realities component. We don't want feelings here. We want facts. And that's how they are. But for us in Femnet, we're really big on sharing the lived experiences because that contributes to you seeing how the decisions you're making are actually trickling down and impacting. And it's very, very important. And so even in those international development spaces, we always, if we're not in a position to actually get the women themselves and the girls themselves to those policy spaces to actually share their stories with by themselves, then of course we work through being able to either maybe even share videos, but we always find a way to be able to make sure that those stories are part of those processes so that they can see that this is what this is contributing to. And so that also helps in terms of getting specific feedback in terms of the dissemination. Also, some of the things we also done, and this will also allude to the importance of mass mobilization, which you asked around. Of course, in Africa, I think the stats might have changed now, but last, I think it was about like 70% is like youth. Like, yes. So you reach a point, you're like, in law, we normally say it's easier to change the law than it is to change people. So, of course, even within the legal sphere, sometimes you find it's we have specific targets and entry points because changing people's perceptions to try and tell them, you've seen also how men think and whatnot, and the different challenges we've shared is a longer process. So it's easier to just get an article and be able to lobby for a general recommendation in CEDAW, and you're like, yay, yeah. But in terms of like for us, what we did realize, and you can also see especially what came out with the finance bill, we have a lot of young people. And because we have a lot of young people, we need to be able to tap into what sort of impact you can be able to get by engaging with young people. So, for example, we've been looking around how, for example, to be able to have a gender and microeconomics module in tertiary education systems, in like university level. Because what happens is that this decolonizes the process of how they think about gender and microeconomic policy making, as opposed to trying to, make them unlearn things when they leave the education system. So now what we've been doing, especially like with AFMA, we're already targeting people who have already finished school. So now we have to unpack and learn a lot of things. But we kind of thought about it, like, hey, what if we actually advocate around, we're trying to be able to create a module which can be implemented in different African universities. And so when they go into whether private sector and whatnot, they're already thinking, what are the impacts of women and girls with this policy making, whether you're in PwC or whether you're in private sector or civil society. So that's how you're able to garner, of course, a lot of impact in terms of mass mobilization. So it can be very, very powerful, especially if you're strategic in terms of your entry points. It can even be as simple as also like academia or even journalism and media, podcasts. There are a lot of people who listen to podcasts these days. So we also try and make sure that we unpack macroeconomic conversations and policies in information which is easily digestible so that people can actually be able to engage with it without seeing the connections. We also saw sometimes people don't see the connections until you actually unpack them. So even for like, especially like for women and girls, like when we're out doing a lot of lobbying around the finance bill, you find, of course, the value of my maintenance me doing my nails, my hair has largely increased. But you know, you're thinking, economy is tough, but you actually unpack, do you know why? And then the next time, you know, they see in the newspaper that Kenya has taken another loan from the IMF, they're really like, my braids are about to be super expensive. This actually trickles down, and this is why the issues, because those same women, or you find your favorite even, it's as making the connections as even the saloon. Like the saloon used to go for, maybe a lot of them closed down during COVID. Those are linkages to the macroeconomic sphere and the financial architecture, which people don't automatically get. And so when you actually use different methods of actually unpacking and making the linkages, a lot of people get riled up, and that's how they're able to demand accountability. So that also helps in terms of a mass model. And then the question about how are we doing? So, in my opinion, I feel like we're definitely ahead than where we were before. In all honesty, it might not be where we would like to be, but we are way ahead than where we were before. I think that also in terms of using intersectionality, just like Fazana was saying, there's this notion of having to use it also as a term of what you realize as a term of a token term. So it's not really because you're applying intersectionality, it's because a donor wants to see intersectionality in the proposal. So you have to mention that this is the approach you use. They want to see specific terms in your reports, in your working and whatnot, and then we also get distracted from actually focusing on actually using that approach, but trying to make it look like we're using that approach. So it does also indirectly have its own essentialism of also grouping women. As I said, you read a lot of reports and they say African women and girls in all their diversity, and all in their diversity is a lazy way of saying I'm using intersectionality, but maybe I'm not really using intersectionality. So it's blessing, and it also has a curse. But I definitely feel that, in my opinion, I feel that we're not doing great, but we're doing good. But I think the question we should ask ourselves is in terms of the intentionality, but also the political will, because even our own government leaders don't apply intersectionality. I've sat in meetings when we're discussing care with in government processes, and you say, so did you use an intersectionality? I was like, we don't have intersectionality, because Kenyan women are Kenyan women. Our Kenyan women are happy. Our Kenyan women need this. We've given Kenyan women money, they're good. But they've not asked different dynamics of Kenyan women, for example, in arid areas of Kenya and their needs, and Kenyan women in coastal areas, or Kenyan women in Muslim-prone, Muslim communities, or Kenyan women in Christian communities. Like, there's so many different dynamics. So I think I'll stop there. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah. Sibiwe, next time I want to be the first one to speak so that these two do not bulldoze me, right? Yeah, that bulldozing me, you know. Yeah. So next time I want to be the first one. Thank you. Yeah, my brother from Colombia, thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to think about how we can work together on she exports to Africa. Yeah, that is an opportunity to explore and see how the whole conversation around intersectionality can actually be embedded into that conversation. I also just want to mention to you that, Africa has a lot of issues when it comes to trade, when it comes to economic policies and other issues. And one of the very concrete things that are happening is the continent is now discussing the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I've been part of those conversations, and one of the protocols is about women and girls and their involvement in trade. And I think that is a very concrete area to think about. How do we, and I don't want to talk about influence, but I'll come to that at some point, but how do we use that as an opportunity to create an environment in which, women from Colombia and perhaps around the African region actually get to be, empowered, or to some extent have an opportunity to participate in the economic undertakings that actually benefit them, but also improve their lives across Africa. Let's talk about the global south. So yeah, I'm happy if you could put me in contact and we can continue to talk about this perhaps over lunch. But yeah, thank you so much for that opportunity. See, Viva, you are always asking us very difficult questions, but but yeah, I appreciate. I mean, the challenge is welcome. Yeah, practical ways to influence policy. First, I want to mention that last week, but when I was in a conversation with we had our global strategy meeting as a network, and people were talking about influencing policy, and that didn't go very well with everybody because influencing seems to be a very cosmetic term, and sorry, so to speak, just because it could go anywhere if you influence, right? I mean, it could go either way. But people are now talking about meaningful involvement and participation in policy making because we want to make a policy that speaks to our issues, you know, not what the politicians and everybody else wants, but how does it address our issues, our lived experiences, the issue that we face every day. So we want to have an opportunity to meaningfully participate in making a policy that speaks to the issues that we face on a daily basis. So, your question is very interesting. There are different levels. I mean, it depends because honestly, when you want to be involved in policy making, and I think Dr. Mina may have spoken to this, I mean, we have macroeconomic policies and we have microeconomic policies. So you need to make a decision in terms of at what level are you working on. Where I work, we are both macro and micro. Macro, we are at the IMF, at the G20, and we are trying to really nail down, you know, certain policies that we feel would be very fundamental in terms of shaping how our micro, because the IMF makes policies, for example, that impacts how Kenya operates. In fact, they decide. They are the ones who made the finance bill, just so you know. And you know, because of the top-down kind of approach that the IMF is using and these other multinational institutions and these other, you know, global economic policy-making decisions, they make the laws, then bring them down, then our governments have to, you know, push it through our throat. And as Kenyans, we said, no, we are not going to accept that bullshit. So we rejected it. But and there is a conversation, I'm sure Nicole must be aware of this. We have what we call the Okoa Uchumi Kenya, which is a movement in the country, is working so hard to push back on IMF policies, and we are part of it. And the reason is that the IMF is fond of making, you know, new liberal economic policies that do not necessarily speak to our issues. They are new liberal in the sense that they benefit the IMF. They don't benefit us. They benefit the IMF and the wealthy individuals that benefit from the whole economic system that is very new liberal and very capitalist and very extractive. So, and we said no. So that finance bill did not pass because we were not involved in making it, honestly. So in Kenya, as she said, and I guess other African countries, we really participate in making policies at the national level. And this is something that has increasingly gained a lot of momentum, but also improved over time, because when we started, participation was a cosmetic process, as I said earlier, but now people are beginning to learn that if you do not seriously involve yourself, it will impact you tomorrow. So we are getting even more serious. So we will have to make a decision whether we want to cascade our participation both at the national level and then take it to the regional and global, because they go, I think, back and forth. I mean, you want to use the global perspectives to inform your local as well as the other way around. And then in terms of mass mobilization, that's an interesting question. And one of the things we are doing as a network where I work is, I mean, given the fact that we are a network of over 300 members, and one thing that is for real here is that we do not share the analysis, the thinking, the ideologies, because we are so many of us. So one of the things that we do as a network is to build what we call a shared analysis of the issues that we face. You know, this is the one way of bringing everyone on the same table, on the same page, so that if all of us in this room are now agreeing that this is what intersectionality is, it is very easy for us to then begin to move forward with one position, right? Because we understand what we are talking about and we know what our demands are moving forward. Otherwise, it is difficult to begin to think about pushing an agenda when we do not agree. So first, for me, build that shared analysis, build those shared narratives, and then come up with a position or demands that all of us agree to. Then let's push that as a collective moving forward. For me, that is what could really be very helpful. And then in terms of the international development communities, I'm fond of saying we need to think about ways that we can, globalize the local and localize the global. How do these things play back and forth? But I liked what someone has talked about, the bottom-up approach to some of these things, because the only way policies can work is if they address our issues, and our issues are actually at the grassroots. So to what extent do you want to involve us in making policies that actually affect us, and then let others learn from what we do? And then at your level, to what extent do you actually ask us or involve us in making policies at that level, but then cascading them to help us without really, just looking at your own interests as institutions? So how do we globalize the local and localize the global? I think that is the bigger question that I always ask myself. Mike, thank you very much. You like putting us, yeah, I know, in a corner. I don't know why, but that's just you. That's I think we are doing so well, Mike. Where I work, and I think this question also addresses your question, Dr. Hanifa. One of the key things we've said as a network is that we want to embed intersectionality into our work as a principle. So we have 5 key principles, but one of them is that our work must be grounded in gender intersectionality. Okay, sometimes they call it gender, but I just want to say our work must be embedded in intersectionality, because being a network, bringing together so many people, you can imagine the diversity, you can imagine the different ideologies and all of that, but how do we ensure that everyone feels comfortable in the network? Then you have to make sure that each and everybody's issue is actually taken care of. So how do you do that? Just through intersectionality, because there is no other way you could do that. So we try to embed that into everything that we do. When we mobilize guys for a meeting, that is the principle that we follow. When we are putting together a workshop, even the concept that we write has to be embedded in that kind of thinking. And that is how we will continue to promote this as a framework. Because otherwise, talking about it here and leave it here, it ends here. So unless we also make this as something that we want to, incorporate into our daily things that we do administratively as an organization, I think for me that is very, very fundamental. And I liked what you said, Dr. Hanifa, that how do we make that as a baseline? And I think I'm answering your question first. Institutionalize it. Institutionalize, intersectionality, and say everything that we do, this is what is going to inform how we do it. And then that becomes a practice. It becomes something that we do moving forward. Thank you. I spoke so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. I think we had a question online. Yes, I think we had a question online. So what we can do is take that one question online so that we can break for lunch and not be as late as we were yesterday. Okay, so Avela.
Thanks, Melody. I think the question relates very well with what Collins was speaking about institutionalizing intersectionality. So the question is from Nelson Chipangamite. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Says, thank you very much for these insightful presentations. What would be the practical steps to mainstream intersectionality? Unless it is mainstreamed, it would be difficult for us to reach critical mass where intersectionality is sort of institutionalized. So I think it ties into very well, but like asking more on the practical steps of mainstreaming it. I think Ruda is really wants to say something.
Don't kill me, please. But I feel like the question is similar to, is it Mike? To the same question. So, I think one of the things I keep thinking about is when you spoke about it, you said it's not that the policymakers are resistant. It's that they just need the simplicity. And so if we understand ourselves, right, as researchers, as the people that we are, as the coders, in the back. So I don't think we need to be obsessed with like ensuring that everyone can read the code, because you still use your devices without knowing the code. But if we are the ones writing the code, you know, how do we package it in a way that the end user, the policymaker, still gets a deeply intersectional frame without needing to engage with the idea that it's intersectional, right? But like, how do we invest our time and energy as the code makers? That's the only thing that I'm holding. So I'm curious about, does that help us?
And just to add this part, because I'm from the government, it's not just the policymakers, also you have to think about the policy implementers. In my case, most of my work on a daily basis is to implement what we receive from the policymakers. And if it's very complex, then it makes us complex due to the lack of resources, not only financial, but also human resources. So we need to make the quickest as possible to make sure that those policies are implemented on time, because we have to report back to our government how these policies are implemented. So also we have to think at the last part of this process of making an implementation. Thank you.
So it's quite interesting, because I do think we have the solutions in this room, because following on what Rudo is saying, then we agree as specialists on this intersectional approach, but we go back to implementing our projects on care and so on, and then we have to unpack to policymakers to the Treasury, what we mean when we say resourcing for care. We're essentially saying they must allocate some money to health and education. So I think we do have the solutions in terms of, yes, institutionalize it within universities, within research institutes. That's the specialist area. But go back to talk about gender-based violence, as my colleague from Egypt was talking about earlier, to talk about sexual reproductive health rights, to talk about care. Just a thought.
Are there any more additions?
I think for me that's really, really interesting in terms of mainstreaming, because I think it needs to be, now looking beyond institutions in terms of mainstreaming from a formal perspective, I think it also needs to be conditioned to a way of knowing and a way of being and a way of life. And because also for us, like for example, even when we work, like there are bare minimums of the African feminist principles and Africa feminisms. The feminisms are diverse, as we all know, but because we are all different, there are bare minimums whereby if I show up and I'm a different feminist as opposed to Dr. Jamila, I do not regress the progress that we've made as feminists, so that at the bare minimum, we are all having the same approaching intersectionality and using that lens, even where there might be differences. So I think that sort of reflexive solidarity, and Mohati really speaks a lot about the work around reflexive solidarity, where we forge a we even in differences. And that will also help in terms of making sure that even with the bare minimum, Jamila can still be able to be in a place where she can speak for me as a Kenyan woman without being a Kenyan woman, based on that reflexive solidarity that she's been able to use. So I think also rooting it back, and of course also as a Pan-African, also in terms of like the Ubuntu, like going back to that, because I feel like a lot of things have also, in the process of also using intersectionality, mainstreaming has also reflected back to a bit of individualism, because also depending on that differences, now I become a black woman who's this, who's this, who's this, who's this. So me and you, we can never be the same because my problems, and we forget also the the we that is in our similarities. So I think also that sort of foundation of like that Ubuntu sort of mentality, people need to also like go back to, because those principles that they had, for example, in the African Charter and the African legal system of peoples, it's a people's rights. They thought about people, are we, and we need to go back to thinking about are we. And if we move the way our ancestors thought, then we automatically have intersectionality, because intersectionality thinks of diverse. And so that automatically mainstreams even the thinking. So I think that also going back to the histories, which we've lost, of course, in the process of developing, sometimes will help the whole mainstreaming and making sure we represent each other even in diversity.
Okay. I think that concludes the discussion. But I think it also, if we pack it and we come back to the recommendations, I feel like there's going to be great conversations around recommendations and going forward in the room, especially with the grants discussion coming up after lunch. So the thoughts, write them down online, and then when you come back after lunch, I think it will also make for a great discussion. So I have an announcement. Our comms team would like to take pictures. So there's a banner outside, and you can use it to take your individual pictures with your phones. But if you would like to be part of the SCIS website and page, and if you would like your pictures to be posted there, we were talking about consent. Ati can take a picture of you if you don't mind. You can just do that in the process of getting yourself lunch. Lunch is served that side as well. And the garden area has been prepared for you to sit down. Sivire and Avela have something to say. Okay. Okay. The time is, okay, it's 1:50. Can we come back? Can we take a 45-minute lunch again so that we can be able to wrap up? Now, before, yes. After a discussion on the importance of care. Yes. Okay. Okay. We'll come back. We'll come back at 2:40. Yes.
Is she on? Okay. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the, I would say, penultimate session, I think, before we close off this workshop. So this next discussion is on, I think we began discussing this in the last session, on the role of international development organizations, and in particular, a question on the role, particularly for intersectional grant making. So we have our colleagues from the IDRC that are joining online, in particular Erin Tanzi and Jessica Kadeski on the Sustainable and Inclusive Economies program. And also in the room with us, we also have Samantha Nasrallah, who's working on climate resilience and food systems. So Erin will be presenting, and what we're hoping to get is some ideas around the conversations that we've been having over the last 2 days, and more kind of practical recommendations on the role of international, or at least development research funding organizations for integrating intersectionality, or promoting intersectionality, and in particular issues around kind of best practices or, and challenges and opportunities at a programmatic level as well. So with that, to kind of introduce Erin Tanzi, as I mentioned, Erin is the Director for Sustainable Inclusive Economies at IDRC. Erin has over 20 years of experience in the international development and humanitarian sectors, working with the Canadian and international non-governmental organizations, the United Nations agencies, and bilateral development programs. She served with the World University Service for Canada and Malawi, CARE Canada, the United Nations Refugee Agency, and the United Nations World Food Programme in various countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Additionally, Erin worked with the United States Agency for International Development in Pretoria, South Africa. Erin has been involved in various applied research projects and has served as the coordinator of research for the International Organization for Migration's partnership on HIV and mobility in Southern Africa, where she generated new evidence and thought leadership in applied policy. Erin also worked on governance programs with Global Affairs Canada together with the South African government before joining IDRC. Since she joined IDRC in November 2020, Erin has been contributing her expertise to the International Development Research Center as the director of the Sustainable Inclusive Economies Division and a gender equality and inclusion leader, leveraging her extensive background to drive impactful development initiatives. So I'll now hand over to Erin, and then we'll open up to the discussion, and if you have specific questions as well, what we're hoping for is a robust and open discussion when it comes to issues of intersectionality on the ground. Thank you.
Hi there. I don't know, I can't seem to turn on my camera. Oh, there we go. Can you see me? Yes, there we go. Okay. Sawubona, everybody. I really wish I was there with you right now in the warmth where it's nice and sunny, but here I am speaking to you from Ottawa. And it's really an absolute pleasure to be here and to have been able to listen in on some of the extremely interesting sessions over the last 2 days. The time zone difference didn't help us much here in Ottawa. So I was up at 5 in the morning listening to many of you with absolute real pleasure. So and I'm also joined by my colleague, Jessica Kadeski, who's also in Ottawa. I wanted to just frame a little bit. So I think you know IDRC. We are a we are a funding organization that funds research in developing countries, right? We've been around for 50-something years. And some of the things that we have been grappling with in our own center are, of course, issues of gender equality and inclusion within a research context, and how do we systematically ensure that gender equality and inclusion is integrated into all the research that we do, whether it's on climate resilient food systems, whether it's on the care economy, whether it's on animal health, you name it. So in our center, we have something called the Gender Leadership Team. It's just an internal team where Jessica and I actually spend a lot of time thinking about how best to go about giving our program teams the practical knowledge, skills, and tools to be able to ensure this integration. And of course, we're not doing the research ourselves. We're giving the money to research organizations all over the world. And in many, many cases, we are learning from them on the best ways to integrate GEI, right? But in some cases, they are learning from us. So it's a balance. And this issue of this term intersectionality, as I know you know, has been popping up here and there, and what about it? And everybody got all excited. And of course, you go back to the literature and you know that it's coming from the Black feminist movement in the United States. Does this apply to us? Should we be integrating this kind of terminology into the work that we do? And round we would sort of go. And that's where we decided, the center decided to do some of our own research to our own kind of reflection on how well our projects that we fund are actually integrating an intersectional approach or not. And so you're going to be hearing, some of these case studies. And, I think the richness of the discussion that I've heard so far is that, some are saying, well, we use an intersectional approach, we just don't use that language. We always think about caste. We always think about ethnicity. We always think about, and that's fantastic. I think that some of the takeaways that we that I think Ariane Dahan, who's not, I don't think he's on the call right now, but he's been working very closely on this work with FITS. One of the things that I think stuck out for me is that let me see here. I think I've actually written down the recommendation about intersectionality in grant making. So this is the recommendation. It's to resist the uncritical adoption of intersectionality and scrutinize its implications for internal processes and power dynamics. So IDRC should consider developing principles for the integration of intersectionality throughout the grant-making cycle that emphasizes local context, flexibility, and a commitment to addressing systematic inequalities. And what I've heard, in the sessions that I've been part of, is exactly that. I mean, I loved this idea of what is it? Institutionalizing intersectionality, but that we hold the code. We're the makers of the code. Right? So it doesn't matter if Treasury or whomever, or whatever policymakers we're trying to influence, understand the word. The word is about getting to the understanding of where where some of the, I guess, invisible vulnerabilities are in our societies. And if we speak in plain language and we don't use, we work with African women and girls and all their diversity as a cop-out phrase, then what do we do? And I think the creation of the intersectionality framework and its adoption and its integration into the work that we do as a granting organization will absolutely enrich our ability, I think, as a research for development community, to talk more specifically about where change needs to happen, and get away from the broad strokes approach, because we know that doesn't work. In fact, just yesterday, I was listening to an Indigenous Canadian woman talk about the various changes in Canadian law made by lawyers and judges, that those lawyers and judges thought were going to actually help Indigenous people. But because they didn't understand, those lawyers and lawmakers didn't understand the context of Indigenous women in particular in Canada, those various laws that got passed in the last decade have made things worse for them. Worse in an already terrible situation because of a lack of, I think, specificity and an intersectional approach, an intersectional lens to what the problem really is. So I probably missed it. I hope that you have all been talking about, well, what if we don't? What if we don't take an intersectional approach? What are the real consequences? And so we can call it what we want, but really for me, it's about getting to understanding those very specific power dynamics and invisibilities, and putting the spotlight there so that policies and implementing policies can actually hit where it's most needed. So what we will do as the center is, of course, take all of the learnings that have come out of these case studies and examine how we as an organization can, first of all, build our own internal capacity in this space, which takes, as I think all of you know that work in an organization ABC, that gender equality, inclusion, intersectionality is a journey. It's not take one course for 2 hours and bang, you've checked the box. That is just not the approach. So if you're in an organization, you have to think about regular discussions about topics like these, not just a once-off. So we have to, as an organization, find ways to make sure that those conversations are happening, that people are engaging, learning, questioning, and then also working and sharing what we've found with the partners that we work with, and vice versa, and learn from them too. And sometimes this work is, I think I've used the word, it's like ant work in a way, because it's little tiny steps, but that over time becomes something where this is has been institutionalized, right? So I think it's up to our organizations, research for development organizations for sure, to take those little steps to get the to widen the scope of GEI to include an intersectional lens, and we are part of a research for development wider community. So obviously IDRC is not the only organization that grants money for research, and absolutely for sure we will be advocating for sharing the learnings that have come out of these case studies for that wider audience. We don't want intersectionality to be just a tick box exercise. We have so many tick boxes already on any project that we have to approve. Samantha will concur with me. Check this, check that, check this, check that. But the intersectional part cannot just be a tick box exercise. It has to influence what questions we ask, how we ask them, and to whom we ask them, etc. I know I'm preaching to the converted. So anyway, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all of you and to Wits for organizing this incredible 2 days of richness. I know it's being recorded, which is going to be great for us. We're going to be able to share the sessions with a much wider audience. So thanks very much, and all the best for the remaining bits and for the session now.
Thanks to Erin Tanzi for that intervention. It's always good to have these discussions also with the funders in the room. So I did want to open this up. I mean, there's a lot of organizations that are here that have worked directly on this project, but also experts and additional organizations that have contributed to this discussion. And I did want to kind of pass it over then to you in terms of the role that you think might be important, given the discussions that we've been having for particularly the development funding organizations. So we've had, and I think this might actually bring us into then a conversation around actionable recommendations as well, because the discussions that we've been having have pointed to several issues and also some key considerations even that might relate to this question on the role of grant makers. And so I know at least from the discussions that we've had today already issues around kind of resource scarcity, the role of NGOs and civil society, questions around implementation or the challenges for implementation as well, and also various questions that have come about in terms of kind of building solidarity across countries, across sectors, and what that might mean then for you, and what role you think organizations like the IDRC might play in kind of promoting intersectional development research with the aim of addressing the very unique challenges experienced by communities and economies in the Global South. Melody will pass around.
I don't think it's a checklist kind of requirement, but I feel like that going back to the cohort of people you work with could be a requirement for funding projects, that you actually make sure that the data analyzed reflects truthfully what these people actually need. So I feel like most of the time, or a lot of the times, we interpret the data because we are also humans and we have our own subjectivities in a way that ends up recreating the one-size-fits-all framework that we're trying to step away from. So yes, maybe person-centered approaches, maybe on-the-ground research, maybe you'll have like a requirement where you have to talk to people to understand their challenges, and therefore the research could help them or highlight or amplify their voices, but also the component of dissemination and running the data that has been generated back with the people and with the people concerned with the research as a starting point, as interlocutors, as people we kind of derived the data from and then translated it into analytical data or data that has meaning, that this meaning resonates with them. And this should and could be done through other forms of qualitative methods that could make sure that the results or the findings reflect the lived experiences or the ideas and aspirations of the people we're researching, we're talking about, and to.
Is there another question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I must say that this was indeed an insightful journey, the past 2 days, and I can't help but recognize how conducive the experiences that the presenters had to undergo in trying to find and analyze circumstances that several countries are dealing with. And to be quite frank, I mean, especially with the situation in Sydney, right? I mean, in Syria, I wasn't there, but through how you described the conditions that women are facing that side, I could actually feel myself having to empathize with these women, and even when Dr. Jamal depicted the rural conditions that elderly women face, in terms of a strong belief that they have for the government when it comes to social problems whatsoever, in the problems that you mentioned in Gambia, and in all those problems being faced, I think it necessitates a strong need for expansion of collaboration, having to expand collaborating with significant partners and significant varying factors in different fields in an effort to truly expand the rootedness of how so or several instances could be concerned. Because even as I observed about the commonalities in your cases about men being perpetrators, and it remains a big question to say, though efforts to raise awareness should indeed be recognized, I still feel that there's a strong need to understand why so much vulgarity among men. Why do they perceive women, in some instances to be particular, as subject to imposing their respective beliefs, obviously with their cultural perceptions, of course, but there is just an underlying recommendation to say maybe delving into a deeper psychological study, understanding the rootedness of humanity in that regard, I thank you.
I think I have a question that probably I'd want to pose to the director from IDRC, that beyond the intersectionality research project that led to the development of the different case studies, how can IDRC be supportive in further supporting intersectional development research beyond the project?
I don't want to abuse the fact that I'm actually holding the microphone. I also had a question, and maybe to also refocus while we still have our colleagues from IDRC online. It's a question and a challenge. I think, Aaron, you mentioned obviously this point on institutionalizing, so I think that also kind of speaks to some points that Matt was asking about. But the question on what if we don't use intersectionality? And I think the conversation in the room has been both, right? So there's the idea that intersectionality, even if it's not how these projects may have been initially approached, that it opens up kind of opportunities for having a broader global discussion on some of the issues that we're speaking about. But it was also raised in these discussions that a lot of the language that we use in development discourse is often appropriated from contexts that are outside of our own lived reality, and that sometimes certain terminology might not apply to the particular cases that we're working in. But then there's a requirement from funders, with a positive outlook on this, there are reasons, and a value, right, to including some of these concepts, inclusive gender frameworks, intersectionality, and they can definitely have value in terms of how we understand some of the issues that we're working with. But sometimes that's not the language that is being used in these contexts, and there are certain instances where communities might reject that, or reject the project on the basis that this does not apply to us. So then from a funder perspective, when this is an interest, right, at a programmatic level, let's say, you know, I think I want to kind of throw it back to the IDRC, not to say, you know, what if we don't use this, but what if organizations that you're working with don't want to use this term, right? How do we continue to do this intersectional work, giving room to communities to kind of identify the realities of their context, right? And I know, at least with the Uyghur case study, one of the things that, you know, we were discussing around identity, and also within the context that we're working with, that some organizations or some communities might identify with, you know, as, you know, just generally as workers. But given the context, we know what that means, right? We know that even in the case, for example, of South Africa, that it is Black women that are more likely to be in precarious or unstable jobs. So certain kind of marginalizations and discrimination is implied even in our identification as workers. And that is the term that we feel helps us to build solidarity within this particular context. And so, yeah, what do we do then with that situation, and what is the reaction from funders in continuing to support this work where there might be resistance from the organizations on the ground who don't want to use that? And then a second question was around institutionalizing this. Another issue that's been raised is, and you know, I mean, it's an issue that's been raised here, but I think it's a general issue when you speak about issues of society, of gender, of intersectionality, where a lot of these issues either get sidelined under certain, you know, this is the gender program that's interested in intersectionality, or you know, or this idea of feminist economics being quote-unquote kitchen economics. We all know the women are going to be there. All other programs don't have to incorporate this. It's a completely separate thing. So how do we ensure that this is something that happens across projects, even those that do not regard themselves as, you know, working on particular issues at a community level? I think the last panel kind of pointed out that these things that we might not think apply on the ground are actually have real implications for the communities and the individuals that are involved. So how do we institutionalize this across projects, but also in how we kind of create funding for certain spaces, so at a funding level as well? What does intersectional grant making look like? Because we know what it means, like at a programmatic level, but now we're deciding which projects to fund, which contexts. How does that happen? I understand, Aaron, that's a big question for you to resolve, but any thoughts would be appreciated. Thanks.
So thank you so much, Erin, for the presentation. So I just wanted to come in as like a former M&E person, someone who's actually done monitoring and evaluation. And, you know, I hear like you talking about, which is also something that I think resonates with a lot of us, that this work, if you think about intersectionality, it is end work. So like you think about social change being long term. And I just wanted to ask, like, how can we think about, you know, the reporting requirements and us reporting in a way that integrates intersectionality? I'm just reminded about a comment that Nicole made when she was presenting about, you know, like grant makers are not concerned or are not so interested about feelings. They want the numbers. So, like, how do we think about, if we are talking about outcomes and outputs, how do we now like start to shift in the way that, you know, the kind of requirements that a grant maker might have, you know, or the kind of, you know, like expectations, I'd say, a grant maker might have, you know, towards an organization that is kind of doing this work, and that organization maybe not being able to fully articulate the complexities, or maybe, like, I remember a case that we had with the Dutch ministry, and they were saying, but case studies are not rigor, like it's not a rigorous way of, you know, and then you think, but like, I thought you wanted the nuances. So like, how do you balance, you know, those, like when it comes to reporting and the reporting requirements? I hope I wasn't long-winded. Thank you.
Yeah. She's not online anymore. Is Jessica still online? Is there anyone from the IDRC? Yeah.
Samantha, you were also in the room, not to push on. But yeah, there are some questions, I think, from a programmatic level, what the challenges are. Yes. Oh, sorry, they said I need to repeat the question because for the benefit of the video. So yeah, at a programmatic level, you know, what do you think the implications of some of the questions that have been raised in the room might be, or the challenges, given the work that you do?
I mean, see, is Jessica online before I give it a go? Jessica might be better positioned to answer this than her role in the organization, if that's okay. So I might put Jessica on the spot, and I can complement it if that's all right.
Hi, everyone. I think I heard that. I think Samantha passed the football to me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm just joining for this session. I wish I could have been there for the earlier ones, although I did attend a session yesterday and found it really fascinating. I think the questions that have been posed so far, pardon me, have been really excellent and really get to the heart of the sort of the complexity and the messiness of how to, quote unquote, operationalize intersectional approaches and intersectionality. When I was reading through the synthesis report, you know, a couple of things jumped out at me that I think a lot of folks in the room already have touched on. So firstly, the emphasis on power analysis and understanding that as a funder, specifically a Canadian funder, Canadian public funder, I can definitely put my video on. I wasn't able to before. If one of the admins could just turn my video on, I'd be happy to have that as an aid. I'm not able to do it on my end. But what does it mean in terms of our positionality as a Canadian Northern-based public funder of research for development in terms of power? We can attempt to flatten these hierarchies, but it's baked into the pie. We receive the money. We're responsible for, you know, dispersing and supporting and working with and alongside and accompanying grantees in the work that they do. But inevitably, I don't know how close we can get to that flattening relationship, or that truly equal relationship. It's something that I really don't have the answer to. But I really appreciate this call to apply a power analysis to the ways in which we work, which I think there's a lot of room for movement in terms of that. I really appreciate the point that was raised, I think the first question, and apologies, I didn't catch your name, around validating research results, going back to research constituents, participants, folks that will be impacted or use the research, and make sure that what grantees have found really resonates and makes sense. And I think we're doing this in a lot of ways. Forgive me, I'm relatively new to IDRC and I don't work directly on projects, so perhaps Samantha can come in and fill in some of the color there on some details. But I know, for example, there are some funds that are often allocated towards things like inception workshops, making sure that at the outset of a research project that IDRC funds, sets aside specific money and resources to bring together all the partners on a research grant whether that be universities, the PIs, but then also oftentimes civil society organizations that are partners, women's rights organizations, other CBOs, women's rights defenders, and other folks working in more of a civil society space who are brought along, not in a passive way, but are very much active and something towards equitable partners in the research, to make sure that the design and set out the process of how these things will be validated all throughout the research cycle. And perhaps Samantha has some details about sort of what happens at the end in terms of the validation. But I have heard some examples around that. And I think something else that the synthesis report and also some of these comments point to is the trickiness of, as I said, this operationalization, which is, who do we fund? And we can't just say, we're funding, women's, a team of, predominantly women researchers, or there's 50% women on the research team. That doesn't really cut it. That doesn't get to the heart of the matter. It doesn't interrogate and remake power structures. How do we fund? So these questions of how do we move away from this tick box compliance approach to we're doing it because we're told to, or we're doing it because we said that we would, and here's the box that says that we did it, into something that's much more meaningful. And perhaps our systems aren't, well, I think I know, the systems currently I don't think are equipped for that. So I would be really interested to hear from others in the room who have had examples of things, of maybe partnerships they've had that have done this really well, that have maybe allowed for some of those more qualitative, nuanced pieces. I'm sorry to hear that case studies aren't considered by some as valid and rigorous and quality research. I, as a qualitative researcher, have a very different opinion. But I think it, again, just points to that messiness. And then the last thing, I talked about the who we fund and the how we fund. And then, of course, the what we fund. Are we just doing... Of course, we feed into and we're, our priorities are reflective of many things, including agendas. But I appreciate the point in the report that says, as a funder, albeit perhaps a small fish in a large pond of funders, we do wield some power and influence. And how can we work with like-minded funders and donors to really, learn and go along in this journey with our grantees and really learn from, where a lot of this thinking and learning is coming from, which is most often not, from our office in Ottawa, although we have wonderful colleagues who come with vast experience and situated experience and knowledge. But it's oftentimes from our partners and our grantees. I'll stop there, and I'm hoping that Samantha can pick up on some of these things and sort of fill in, as I said, the color of some of the details from a programming perspective. So Sam, I'll kick that to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Jessica. Just to touch on the data validation piece quickly, and to give an example of it. I mean, I definitely think it's best practice in terms of validating the research, but earlier today I was with colleagues at WITS in the public health unit, and we were talking about, they're doing a kind of research around restricting marketing to children of unhealthy foods as a public health kind of policy. And so we were talking about how do we validate the data when we're working with children and youth, and as researchers used to kind of typing out qualitative and quantitative data that suits a more technical audience. And so we were talking about kind of creative or different ways of validating the data through creating a comic book or a youth-friendly policy brief. But I think it's certainly best practice and something that's necessary before going through the process of even starting to think about knowledge translation and how the research that's collected and kind of ready and primed to be for use can then be promoted or shared with knowledge users. I think in the absence of that data validation, it's not ready to be positioned for use. So it's certainly best practice. How widely it's used across the center is a question, and sometimes with audiences that are more vulnerable or subjects that are more vulnerable, it's hard to go through that data validation process. And I know for colleagues who are working in conflict-driven zones, they sometimes have difficulty with that, but it's certainly something that we strive for.
Oh. I think you just managed to turn on the camera. Okay. Hi, Jessica. We can see you. We can see you now. Hi. Who is it? You can go.
Question actually raised from this conversation on validation, not related to validation at all. Although that is definitely a part of a lot of the projects that we work on. Another question that has, an issue that has come up in terms of intersectionality and development research, I think yesterday as well, was around dissemination. And I think a lot of the time, this question on dissemination is answered from, I think, the grantee perspective. And I just, as you were speaking, I was wondering, what is the dissemination strategy from IDRC side, or is it kind of funding based, where you have dissemination as part of the project, or are there specific ways in which you think that intersectionality can be applied for your own dissemination strategies? Good afternoon, Ruth Castelbranco.
Dan, do you want to talk a bit about KT?
So at the beginning of even conceptualizing a research idea, working with partners, knowledge translation is very much at the forefront. So Jessica mentioned these inception workshops where we come together at the beginning and kind of visualize the whole research project cycle. And knowledge translation is a huge part of that. And so in that case, best practice is co-creation with knowledge users. So having the people who will ultimately need and use that knowledge and the evidence as part of the research process as partners. So that will vary depending on the audience of the research, but I think increasingly IDRC is striving to have knowledge users as a part of the partnership or as part of the project, as being those who will understand the research best in some cases, and have use for it and be able to use it to drive change. It's a bit of a generic answer, but it's certainly an important part of the research process and increasingly becoming a requirement. Jess, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think that covers it.
Hello. So I think there's a problem that lies within kind of thinking whether the funder or the funded should do the dissemination, because sometimes it's very context related and sometimes we have to do the hard work of translating, localizing, boiling down, moving away from big words and big theories and big ideas and just go talk to people. So I think that yes, it falls under the category of dissemination or knowledge translation plans, which I honestly value IDRC for, because I've been working for IDRC funded projects for over 3 years now, and even the project I'm currently on has a big component on it being person-centered. At least it doesn't call itself intersectional, but it calls itself person-centered, which is quite the same thing, more or less. So I think that it has to be back to the word collaboration between the funder, necessitating and highlighting the importance of people being part of the final product, for lack of a better word, but also for the researchers and us ourselves being responsible for making sure that we, because we are from the context and we're catering for the context, that we have the best practices to also get back to the donor with on some level. I don't think that if we just put the responsibility on funders, be it IDRC or anyone else, it's going to, I think, recreate the one-size-fits-all. This is what knowledge translation plans look like, and this is what you're supposed to do, and maybe your community or the people you worked with do not see it as well, or do not want this, or want something else.
Anything else? Jessica, would you like to say something?
No, I was mostly nodding in agreement. Yeah, I appreciate that recognition of the various roles, you know, that we all play in this sort of this partnership, the funder. I think that's absolutely valid. I don't think that we're, you know, best positioned to understand local context in many places. In most situations, you know, researchers, and even, you know, in instances where researchers are partnering with, as I said, you know, like community-based organizations, women's rights organizations, and other folks that are maybe from civil society working hand in hand. And as Sam said, working with knowledge users themselves to sort of create these or co-create, knowledge translation products, whether it be that super innovative idea of a comic book, or whether it's a radio show, or, however people, best absorb, use, interact with, and then hopefully, apply information and research outcomes. I see my colleague Tando has her hand up.
Yeah, Nomthandazo, I think you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I can unmute myself now, but I'm not sure you can see me. I can't turn my video on, but I was just going to echo what Jessica and Samantha said, and I think, the knowledge translation bit, and I think what's really important about it as well is that from the equity perspective, when you think about what Samantha talked about in terms of the idea of designing and co-creating research agendas and plans and projects in partnership with not just knowledge users, but the ultimate beneficiaries of the research. So community level actors and communities and people who will benefit from the research. What it means to co-create these agendas and projects and ideas with beneficiaries or the ultimate users of the research. It also, from an equity perspective, is hugely important because it does sort of bring community level actors and users and others into the research process. And I think that's important, not just from an evidence use perspective, but from an equity perspective as well, in that co-creation piece is valuable as a means of addressing some of the power dynamics inherent in the research process. So just wanted to underscore that it's valuable from the knowledge translation, evidence use, and promoting the use of research, but also valuable for, I think, redressing some of those power inequalities and bringing diverse voices and perspectives into the research process itself.
Hello. Thanks to all of you, Nomthandazo, Jessica, and Samantha, who's in the room with us. Just as a final question, I think in kind of bringing us now to this next session around recommendations, and this is, it's both a question but also a prompt from your side. What are the challenges do you see in terms of kind of integrating intersectionality in the work that you do? And I think you can only speak from a pragmatic level, given the work that you're doing. And yeah, so that if we're able to come up with some recommendations in this room, are there any challenges that you see in implementing this? See each other.
Jessica, is there anything you want to add before I jump in?
No, please go ahead. I was actually expecting the other folks in the room to chime in, but yeah, go ahead, Sam.
I mean, I work in our climate resilient food systems program, so I can probably speak from that angle more. But I think, when we look at research proposals and projects, often people who work in the food system space aren't thinking about intersectionality first and foremost when they're thinking about how to create healthier environments, but it's a huge component of it. And I think IDRC increasingly trying to include it in its requirements for how projects are assessed and looked at is an important piece of the assessment process. The way in which people interact with food is incredibly gendered, as is the way in which people are marketed food, access it, the role that they have in the home. So I think at least from that perspective, though it may be slightly less relevant to kind of this group in the room, it's an integral part of the assessment process that IDRC undertakes. Jess, Tando, I'm not sure if either of you have something to add.
Yeah, I can jump in. And to connect back to the synthesis report, another theme that really jumped out at me was this call for self-reflection. And I think self-reflection happens at a couple of different levels. Firstly, perhaps in no particular order, maybe not firstly, but one is at the individual level. So thinking about who you are, your role within this like larger ecosystem, within a research project, whatever it is, within the issue, your experience with it, and thinking about sort of how you show up and what role there is to contribute there in terms of thinking of and including intersectionality, but really thinking about one's own positionality. And then, of course, institutionally, organizationally, really having that self-reflection. And as I mentioned, I'm relatively new to IDRC, but what has been really heartening is that despite the overall, I think it's a quite mammoth challenge of how to think about and, I keep saying operationalize, but I don't love that word, but the best way I can think about it is like implementing or incorporating or integrating intersectional approaches in the way that we work is just the number of times it's raised in conversations that I've been having and that I've been privy to have at the center level. It's raised, I would say, in like 80% of the conversations, no matter what it's around, no matter which kind of program it is, no matter what level of operations, people are really craving guidance and tools of how to do intersectionality. And I use sort of air quotes around the do intersectionality piece. And I think that is a real shift from, and I think something to be recognized. We have a long way to go, certainly. And I think that's part of the challenge because it is not a one size fits all, because there's no concrete, templates or tools to just, plug and go. Because it's so contextually specific, not to mention the sort of debates that are, within intersectional thinkers and thinkers around intersectionality. So how do we apply that, to a funder like IDRC? And I think maybe I'll just offer, this self-reflection piece. I see it also popping up in things like Sam mentioned, she's part of the Climate Resilient Food Systems program, one of 5 programs that we have. And there's a really strong gender equality and inclusion task force within that large program of colleagues. And they've adopted a learning block of 6 months. They've given themselves 6 months within that program to just talk about intersectionality. What does it mean for each program? What does it mean for how they work with grantees? What does it mean for the types of research that they're funding? What does it mean for themselves? What kind of reading do they need to do? What kind of capacity strengthening needs to happen at the center level? And so that really excites me from my perspective. But it also points to sort of where along the journey we are. I think we're quite early, but I think we've already started making some progress, and there's a lot of opportunity there. So in terms of challenges, I think they are huge and numerous. And I would be, again, just really open and appreciative of any suggestions or experiences that other folks in the room have that we can learn from and sort of think about how to apply it at IDRC.
Okay. I don't think there's any more questions in the room. So echoing what Jessica just said about thinking about how to do this work in intersectionality, whether from a grant maker's perspective or from an organization perspective, I would just like us to take maybe a bit of a break. It's in the afternoon, so we may be a little bit more tired, a little bit of a break. Let's go outside, and then we'll come back after 10 minutes, let's say. And then we'll have a short session on recommendations and then have a closing. How's that? Everybody's using their thumbs. So the colleagues online, we're taking a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back shortly.
Thanks again to our colleagues at the IDRC for all of your interventions. I think they're going to help us think more clearly about some of the actionable recommendations that can be proposed based on this workshop, but also on the broader project. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone, for our final session. So in the program, this session was actually put down as a session on actionable recommendations. I think this really came out of, I think, the realization that a lot of the recommendations, or at least that we had developed within the synthesis report, were based on particular projects, which we've established at this point did not kind of begin with intersectionality as their entry point. So it was kind of a retrospective analysis of how this concept is aligning with the work that we do. And so the interest then here was to try and resolve some of the gaps within that and try to actually think about more practical recommendations given our diverse contexts, but also with the challenges that have been raised also in the previous session. And I thought that maybe one way of thinking about this, we've had many discussions around the use of language, whether we want to call our work intersectional or not, what the opportunities of this might be in terms of trying to place our challenges and the work that we're doing within a global conversation on development issues and what that might mean for our research. And so then I think as a probe to those in the room and those who are still online, the question then, we've kind of approached this based on how it's been conceptualized, yes, from the global north, bearing in mind that there are particular histories of intersectionality from the global south and ways that we've been doing this research on kind of social issues with an agenda for social change that might not have necessarily used this. But there's specific themes, and I think this was part of the conversation that we had with the policy panel as well. There are specific themes that are useful for this work. And so one of the questions then is trying to understand, as we think about the recommendations, if we're saying that this might be a useful way or a useful lens for doing this kind of work that we do, what is intersectionality in the global south? And if we are going to be using this then and using those key themes and tenets that we've kind of developed in our various research, when we talk about context, what is the context that we're working on, right? When we talk about oppression, what does oppression look like? And I say this because even when we look at kind of the work and at least the movements in the United States and Europe, some of the focus on intersectionality might be particularly focused on kind of gender or marginalization of women, particular in that context. But we've heard from the various presentations that, we're dealing with contexts that have high rates of informality. We're dealing with contexts where there's kind of conflicts in the region, where there's an ongoing genocide that has implications on public health and, and access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. What do we mean when we kind of use these key tenets within our specific context? And then obviously there's the issue on kind of complexity and comparison. And what does that mean then, again, if we're saying that this is not just a term that is intended to be divisive, but from our various experiences, some workers and communities have been able to develop solidarity by considering, intersectionality in that work, right? So what does this look like from the perspective of the Global South? And then again, on the issue of relationality, where it's not just about the comparing of different contexts, but coming from our experiences in Africa, in Latin America, where do we kind of move forward with that. So there are those questions in terms of thinking about intersectionality, what does that look like, and then recommendations then in terms of how we take this forward. Yes, there's the roles that we were discussing from kind of the international funder side, but there's also, you know, as now this kind of network of researchers and activists that have been brought together through this project on intersectionality, what do we see our way forward in particular being the continued work on this from the Global South perspective? That's a big question, so I might give you some time to think about this, but I think it's something that might be useful in carrying this work forward. I guess it wasn't a big question.
And thank you for the big question, Siviwe. Here's my tiny answer. Also, it's quite reflective. I've always said from the beginning we've been intersectional without having to proclaim that we're intersectional. So having to be compelled to identify a research as intersectional, I feel, the first short answer, we'll sort of like be depriving ourselves of some of our, you know, local discourses and ways of doing research. This doesn't mean to say I'm taking away intersectionality and what it can bring to the table and how it can benefit our research down here in the Global South. But I don't think we should aim to be intersectional for the sake of, you know, trying to seem intersectional or, you know, trying to, you know, this is terrible, but, you know, trying to like attract funding and what not. I think it will take away so much material and discourse, like original discourse. I think that'll take away from us down here in the Global South. And I don't know if you mind, Lisa, if I just drop what we were discussing, or is that top secret? It's not top secret, okay. We fear, you know, that if we, you know, go the route of like, you know, doing the whole intersectionality thing to gain grants, it's going to do to the whole research discourse what it did to, you know, development studies or what was it, feminist gender mainstreaming. So yeah, so for the sake of originality and staying true to ourselves and trying to grapple with our social issues as best as we can, we incorporate it, but it's not forced. That's the first short answer.
We have 3 this side, so it will go like that.
You can ask the question if you're going to answer.
So we've been emboldened by being allowed to give bits of the answer, so thank you. Yeah, maybe another thing is, I was also sort of thinking, you know, the fads that come through in development and gender mainstreaming. Have you gender front-loaded this? And, you know, that type of thing. And we burn ourselves out. But maybe thinking about how it's useful, and the one thing that's come out of this workshop is, without having to adapt or change the way you do something, you just ask the question, what would it add to what I do? And has it captured, I think, all the case studies? Has it captured the lived realities that we need to understand in order to move forward, propose a solution, interrogate policy, type of thing? So, you know, to use some sort of jargon, it's a tool in the toolbox. Don't you hate that? Yeah, it's what does it add? And it's not so scary when you think about it that way. But, you know, I think we're all, including the funders, are aware of how these fads kind of come and inform the way we do things. But yeah. There's a smaller answer, Siviwe, that's two small bits. Who should I pass to?
Thanks. I don't know, like for me, okay, let me start with, I I feel, I still stand by, I totally side with the whole thing about gender mainstreaming. It's the same thing with also like doing gender equality, where you also find yourself having to mention in certain parts of your narrative gender equality so that it just looks like it's inclusive. To moving to more in terms of the action as opposed to the rhetoric. And I think it goes as far as just literally in everything in terms of applying intersectionality even beyond, even like in procurement. I'll use that for example. So when you're having a research team, who are the members of your research team? And is it an intersectional group which represents, you know, all that diversity? Because that's something also we do within our sphere of work, our service providers, for example, etc. In terms of even who does, for example, the graphics of this report, you'll find there was an intersectional approach to who actually ended up contributing to that whole process. But I think also beyond that is also looking in terms of collaborating in terms of different strengths between different institutions. And so you might find that IDRC, together with some few funders who are open-minded in terms of using that approach and letting you use your definition of intersectionality within your work, because sometimes you find donors who are like, this is how we understand intersectionality, and so this is how you should apply it, without necessarily being open to having that freedom to have that flexible funding which will support the work, but also having strengths between different institutions. So for example, FemNet is not a research institution. We've never claimed to be one. We do research though, but of course we don't do research from like my academia hat, where we have, you know, a theoretical framework and methodology and all that, because of the different stakeholders we try and target. But you'll find, of course, like institutions like SKIS do that. But then when it comes to the advocacy component, maybe you're standing and you're like, okay, we have this amazing research, so then now what next? And that's where, for example, working in those partnerships with like us at FemNet, we can be able to, our work is literally to unpack complex information, or information which is considered complex, to reach diverse, you know, demographics. And so then we work through that to be able to make sure we get the mass mobilization. So I think a lot of those components and collaborations is something that can actually be able to advance using an intersectional approach without focusing too much on the work of intersectionality, but always asking ourselves, who are we doing this work for? Even like with the research, for example, that Matt shared on GBV, we do a lot of work also around, of course, economic justice and microeconomic, but a lot of GBV you find is related to also economic violence. Half of the issues, especially in Kenya, because you have a rising case of femicide, it's largely because of household debt. The partner doesn't like that the woman is earning more, he beats her up until she dies, something like that. And these are prominent cases. So that already feeds into, I can already see in my head how a sort of research, you know, can be able to collaborate based off of just some of the information he shared. And so I think we need to be able to have more partnerships and collaboration based on different strengths to actually amplify that approach beyond just it as a term.
So I just had a question to all of the people who presented here, whether you actually, when you were formulating your research project, whether you actually used the intersectionality term and framework, whether you actually used that at the inception, or whether it was a sort of a retrospective analysis of what you did. I think that would also be helpful, right, in figuring out for whom intersectionality works, and maybe for others it may not work as well.
Okay, I think I have answers. So the first answer, I think, is in our case, for example, it was, as I mentioned, qualitative, person-centered, participatory action research. But at the end of the day, I feel like back to recommendations, or what we're trying to do, is that I think with the emergence of the Global South as a category of research when it comes to context, it has to do a lot with intersectionality, like the bottom line definition of intersectionality, which I looked up now just to read, is the interconnected nature of social categorizations such as race, class, and gender, and as they apply to a given individual or group, regarded as creating overlapping and interdependent systems of discrimination or disadvantage. So I feel like the Global South has been emerging as a category and as a context of research because it has its own nuanced forms of oppression, it has its own history, it has its own kind of sensitivities. Yes, they differ across different contexts, but at the end of the day, we came with the approach of Global South to kind of balance the Global North a bit and to not always be under the developing and underdeveloping or to be developed countries, to step out of those frameworks. So I feel like if we are discussing social research that has to do with people from contexts that already adhere to the idea that we share a form of oppression or a history of marginalization of some sort, whatever the context or people we're talking to is, I think intersectionality will barge through the door before we even know it. So I feel like even if we're not calling it intersectionality, if we're not having a methodological framework pinpointing Kimberly Crenshaw and saying this was coined in 1980s by black feminist movements, if we don't have to do all of this, it will end up being intersectional in nature if what we're trying to do is social research on the ground, if what we're trying to do is to amplify voices, if what we're trying to do is to understand power dynamics and advantages and oppression through a lens of social research, I think we'll end up doing intersectionality, not necessarily if we call it so or we don't, but it will end up being intersectional. So I feel like, as it was mentioned throughout the sessions today and yesterday, I think the recommendation can be that intersectionality be understood and read about by I think funders and social researchers and social research centers, so that it kind of clicks with a specific terminology and theoretical framework, so that when it applies to research, we can actually use this tool, or we can actually have grounds for using this tool, because I feel like it pops up anyways. Yeah, I feel like if we're looking at human beings, you will end up having to look at the social categorization they fall under or they were born in. So yeah, I don't think it's an answer, it's an open-ended answer to an open-ended question, but that's what I'm thinking so far.
No, so, yeah, may I, or is there someone else? No, so just to respond, I guess since we're having a discussion, right? So similar to what Hannah was saying yesterday as well, right? That, I mean, if we want to name the histories from which this conversation emerges in the Global South, we can. Like, for instance, feminist movements in the Global South have systematically utilized this kind of framework for a long, long time, right? And maybe it is time that we told the funders to also recognize that there are frameworks that have already been utilized in the Global South that speak to this same kind of thinking, right? And that, you know, validate those as well, right? Given sort of like the epistemic inequality, right, that exists with regards to knowledge production in the Global North, knowledge production in the Global South, right? So enable us to also sort of enter that conversation by validating what has already been done here, right? Without necessarily compelling us to fit our frameworks to that language, right? Which is more available and more familiar and more just out there.
I think for the sake of recommendations, do you have any examples of specific frameworks that can kind of be a mixed method that merges with intersectionality or reflects it in some sort of way that has been on the ground in the Global South but hadn't been as popular or as highlighted?
Yeah, I think maybe the report already has that, because it references the Dalit feminist work in India, for instance, right? Just one example, which we also used in formulating our report, that speaks to both the possibility of including intersectionality as a framework, but also the long history of including multiple contexts and multiple sort of identity positionalities, right? So,
and did you have a response or a question? Okay. It's a response here. You can go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think it was Nicole who mentioned kind of this importance, and I think, I mean, it's part of the conversation that we've also been having around the importance of local knowledge, and indigenous knowledge as well. And I think, I mean, in terms of how we have done the work that we do, I think the response from the group has generally been, well, we've had to think about these issues because of our context, because of our colonial histories, anyways. And we might, you know, if we're trying to kind of fashion our frameworks as an alternative to how, you know, they're theorized in the Western literature, we might actually find ourselves falling into a trap where we're like, oh, well, maybe this isn't something that has been theorized, or we can't find a particular research paper that talks about what, for instance, Nicole was talking about, the importance of centering people and communities, or batu pele, or, you know, people first, right, in our own context. But we've always had to think about this in this way. So I think there is that question. I think, I mean, it's come out a lot as well. The issue on collaboration in terms of even influencing policies or mass mobilization, but also collaboration in terms of how we actually, you know, develop these ways of doing things based on our context. And I think the different studies that we've been able to put together, even here, suggest different ways of dealing with these issues. And I think another question that I did have, again, to put to you, it came up, I think, with Rudo's intervention in the last session on implementation. I think when we started this workshop, there was this recognition of intersectionality being important in just the general international development discourse, but a recognition that the application and the implementation has been very slow. So we know that these are issues that need to be considered in the research, but it's not actually being applied. And some of that raises issues of accessibility, and also, again, who we collaborate with, whether or not we're developing this research and it goes to a particular advocacy network, or, you know. And I think that that's thinking about, you know, how do we deal with the issue of implementation? And one suggestion has been made is to actually make it accessible, not just to the communities that we work with, but to the people that we're hoping will actually apply this in policies. And both a question and a recommendation, I guess. Lisa?
I'm sure that many of us have had experiences working with partners or collaborators or even funders who have not prioritized or even really taken into consideration sort of the multiple issues that are shaping people's lived experiences and all the different systems of power and inequality, and that is a really unpleasant experience to have. My experience of being funded by IDRC was very positive, actually. And to clarify, we did actually publish our research in journals and books, but the support that we got from the IDRC to expand the kind of outputs that we were using for our work, to include outputs that were created by the girls and young women themselves, was fantastic, actually. And that was a really positive experience. And I think including a discussion about, or I don't want to say a requirement, of thinking, of asking people to think intersectionally when they're conceptualizing their projects in the way that we make decisions methodologically and things like that, is extremely valuable for those people who don't. For people who are already working in this space, using this way of thinking about things and working with people, it can feel, to define it can sometimes feel limiting sometimes. And part of the power of intersectional thinking is that it resists definition in a way. And with its history in feminist, like aligned with feminist thinking and feminist thought, and like if you think about the Combahee River Collective, there was an activist element in it, as there has been in feminist theorizing, in feminist theory from its inception, where it kind of grew with this idea of a feminist politics and the idea of the importance of disrupting something. I worry about institutionalizing something like intersectionality, because then sometimes the risk is of sanitizing that aspect of this way of thinking and working, or the risk of losing that, the part of the work that disrupts, the part of the work that doesn't accept the status quo as it is. And sometimes then in those north-south relationships that can be so problematic, if we're not keeping an eye on that aspect of what intersectional thinking asks us to do as researchers, I don't think there's a problem with keeping an eye on that. I don't think that there's an institutional with staying wary of how it's being applied, of how people are understanding it. And if it is going to be institutionalized, keeping an eye on how that is evolving so that it doesn't lose its potential to contribute in a meaningful way to the work that we do, to the people with whom we work. Yeah, and also, if we focus too much on intersectionality, the way that it's been theorized in the global north, which has a lot to offer, of course, we aren't always necessarily paying enough attention to the decolonial or the post-colonial theorizing we should be doing at the same time. And so if you look at feminist post-colonial theory, a lot of that is using the same kind of thinking, but it is very much including this idea of being critical of these global power relations that create the situations in which many of us are working. I don't know if that made sense. It's quite late in the afternoon now. Thank you.
I just want to add, maybe, that in my case, it is even recently that I got to know the proponent of intersectionality. When actually, at the time of conceptualizing our project proposal, there was no mention of the proponent. But we proposed that we want to understand the intersection between social categories, social identities, and gender as it affects maternal healthcare utilization. So the way our research questions were framed with an intersectional lens, without having to use any framework as a guide. Yes.
I think we're kind of echoing a debate I always have with my anthropology friends, especially my partner, where like, what's so nuanced about intersectionality? If you're doing social research, you will be forced to look at those categories, but it's so shocking that I can come back and say, in development research, this is very nuanced, and this is very niche, and this is very different, and it doesn't work, and funders don't want it, and people want the one-size-fits-all, and we're actually fighting for an intersectional approach because it's the thing that makes more sense. But for example, in ethnographic research, it's kind of not a given, but on some level, it is a given. Like, you will look at this person and how they relate to the family, and kinship, and money, and the system, and the state, and institutions, and then race and class, and how those play a role as well. So I feel like it's a development studies issue that we are trying to push back, and we're kind of talking about normalizing it or mainstreaming it, And I feel like no matter how much we try and critique it, it does not really take away from the benefits it can actually give. So yes, we can critique it. We can say it's a Western concept. We can say it doesn't really apply in the straightforward way. There are many critiques that are also addressed in the synthesis report, but I feel like it gives much more than it takes, because if you want to study humans, and what we're telling you is please look at their social lives as well, like, yeah, why not? So yeah, I feel like I just remember so many conversations about like, why do you call yourself an intersectional feminist while you're an anthropologist, so by default you're doing intersectionality and looking for equality? Like, not really. Not all people think this way.
I just want to say yes, 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 and thank you. Because I mean, the only thing that because I keep searching, right? And I think that the last statement is really what sticks for me, that it gives more than it takes. And I think that's in everything I'm thinking about, that's where I land. Because when we are doing something, there are things that are readily accessible to us. So when I look at someone based on what I already know and understand of the world, they are the things that immediately come to mind. And inevitably, when we do research, the things we're already conscious of feed into the process. But what intersectionality and feminism demand is that outside of what you automatically recognize, what might you be missing? Where are the blind spots? And for me, that's what intersectionality pushes us to do. It's saying there are things we naturally recognize because of our experiences and exposure. But so often, because we don't know this, you don't know it, you are new, you are in a context, right? And so what are the things that might be missed if we don't pause to be intentional? And that's what it's demanding. In my mind, that's what it demands of us. And that's what we can't afford to risk losing, whatever we call it, whether we call it something. But there's that critical thing that says, outside of what I know, what might I be missing? You know, and it's taking that pause.
I still have to respect you, Chair. So I think building on Suhaila and Rudo's comments, I wonder, actually when Suhaila was speaking, the first question that came to my mind was that, well, is this an issue or a question for us, or is this an issue for development in general, right? And what might, I guess, the decolonial opportunities of intersectionality bring in this kind of international development space? So we acknowledge that, you know, this is the work that we're doing, but even in this context, and, you know, where we've been discussing these projects, the whole thing is about, you know, how do we apply intersectionality in research? And that usually starts from, you know, we talk about throughout the research process, and we talk about the research design. But given our own context, and also in the work that we do, working with international organizations, I think there might be an important role, and I think this is the work that we've done here, you know, is something that I do, and I appreciate the colleagues from IDRC who have actually engaged with this work, because I think the question then goes back to organizations like the IDRC is, while we've been having these conversations, what does this mean for our work? How do we actually engage and collaborate with these organizations in these contexts in an intersectional way? And that means being intersectional before the research design. At the point in which we are thinking about or developing the research agenda, the research programs, what are the actual issues, if we're talking about context, and we're talking about the particular challenges within these contexts that we're working on, what are the the important issues that communities are having to deal with, and that can be supported through this development work that we're working on. And I say this because having worked now for several years in this international space, I know that the agenda shifts constantly. So when we were dealing with the COVID pandemic, a lot of the funding was around COVID. And now we're talking about climate change. There's a lot of funding around, climate and just transition. And these, we've recognized the kind of micro level impacts of all these big macro issues. But at the same time, communities on the ground experience these issues in very specific and unique ways. So we might care about tax justice, and we might care about care and social reproduction, for instance. And I'm saying this because I was just in Ghana, where people are still, women, market traders are still saying, actually, we want money. We can do with money. We need access to credit. But we know that the development space has moved on to that because we're saying that this is not the solution, this is our focus now. So how do we not lose sight of the challenges, the everyday challenges that communities are experiencing, and what they are saying we need to kind of do more work on. And so I think, yeah, there's a question about what is the kind of research agenda, how is it developed, before we get into the intersectionality of the research design and the process, et cetera. And I do think that there might be, particular to Lisa's comment, decolonial opportunities in intersectionality in that sense, given the history of development in general, which I'm sure you guys are aware of. Thanks.
So I may not be understanding everything that was said, but so Sohaila, are you saying that within sort of the framework of development research, right, that it is a question that or the intersectionality framework provides for necessary questions, right? And not necessarily within a sort of a global South research framework where these questions are, seem inevitable in some sense. Is that vaguely a little bit of what you're saying? Yeah, okay. So interesting for me, but also really interesting to think about the fact that, even before we talk about sort of using, like Siviwe said, an intersectional framework for our research, that we need to ask these larger questions of, what is getting funded and what are we allowed to research, right? What are we allowed to think about and what are we permitted to address, right? I mean, these are sort of more fundamental questions that we need to have also some ability to critique, right? And I don't know if this intellectual framework is necessarily thinking about critique from that level, right? I mean, I appreciated that the conversation that we had earlier about funding, at which I took the liberty of saying certain things at this level. But I'm just like thinking, the way in which critique and politics and sort of like inclusion and all of that are being talked about is not uniform, right? It's being talked about at the level of us doing work in our communities, but it's not being talked about at the global level of how funding priorities are decided and all of that, to which we don't really have that much say in. So.
This is really interesting. So wait, what I wanted to add on was, like when Fahana was mentioning some of the frameworks which also like contribute to intersectionality outside of, like, of course, Kimberly Crenshaw. I was thinking around Sylvia Tamale, who's also like a post-colonial African feminist, and and she really advocates for like an Afrofeminist praxis, which has post-colonial like feminist theories, which contribute to transnationally and collective like approaches, which would automatically apply intersectionality without having to use the term intersectionality. But I think what I was also thinking at the back was that I think also we might not necessarily be, I don't know if it's we're not giving ourselves enough grace or open to like concepts change, concepts develop. Like why, intersectionality as we knew it 5 years back has, of course, changed and developed over the years. And I'm pretty sure in the next 2 years, it will have also evolved. So I think we should also give ourselves that sort of space for the evolution of intersectionality, like the many ways to skin a cat. And so then that would allow different perspectives to contribute into the original notion of intersectionality, but still consider the differences. Because I also think around, especially when you do work around multiple discrimination that happens around, for example, the same gender, or even the same race. And I'll give the example of migrant domestic workers. You know, it's women who come from a specific race who are discrimination on women from, you know, the global south as well, but from different dimensions. And of course, when you have historical context of, for example, Arab slave trade and its contribution to Gulf countries and why they treat, you know, migrant domestic workers in a certain way, that's in itself a form of, maybe I use the term loosely, like intersectionality, which is something which is even further multiple discrimination within certain dynamics which are similar. But then I wouldn't necessarily consider that it's not intersectionality. I just think there's a different layer, which I feel like we should also like just give ourselves that avenue of evolution, so that it's not that these are the foundations. We respect the introduction by Kimberly Crenshaw for giving us that lens. However, it's different depending on different demographic, and it's okay. Yeah.
I completely agree, but I think like I don't know why we're trying to like get the coin term and feel like we're dragging it so far that it loses its meaning, right? So if intersectionality, as far as I can understand, means looking at social categories being gender, race, class, ethnicity, social kind of resources, all of those social categorizations, to adopt those and look at them and analyze them during research, then I think that would also apply as class. Yani in Egypt, we have a huge class disparity also of house workers who are Egyptian, working with and for Egyptian women who face discrimination by the same women, although there is no race there per se, but there's class, and it's very prominent, and it's there. So I don't know why it needs to be exclusive to a specific form of race or a specific form of gender or a specific form of kind of context, as we have been saying so far. But what I feel like it should be, I feel like it just should be like a mind map. Like before you're conceptualizing anything, you visualize what are the facets I'm trying to look at. And those facets will always have those social categories. We call it intersectionality, call it person-centered, call it ethnographic, call it whatever, sociological. All of the frameworks will end up necessitating that you kind of have this mind map before starting as a researcher, not funded, not thinking in titles, not anything. No, I want to look at this. And then whatever this category is, you need to flesh it out a bit. And by fleshing it out, you'll have social categories. So if what intersectionality does is that it kind of provides us with forcing us and pressuring us into accounting for them, then that's what I'm advocating for. But if it takes away from those, then there's no point, really. So that's what I feel. I don't feel like we are exclusivists when it comes to intersectionality, and that's we're recreating the one-size-fits-all, if that's what we're trying to say. But as I said, I feel like in doing social research, it pushes us, as mentioned, to fill those gaps. That if you thought you would do this and not look at race or class or the demographic area even, and the history of this demographic area and how they deal with people there and how they deal with women there or men there or children there, you end up missing a lot of the nuance and a lot of the flesh on the bone, like I mentioned yesterday. So yeah, I don't want us to be completely intersectional, but it's a cool tool in the toolbox.
And I think that's a perfect way to close off this session. Thank Thank you all for participating in this workshop. And I really thought, one of the main aims of this was to actually try and get a robust discussion on these issues, and to not just speak about them in only kind of these theoretical ways, when the work that we deal with is very real and affects the communities that we work with. And I think that speaks true to even the idea of this concept being focused around social change. And if we're actually wanting to achieve that, I think being specific about how we apply these various frameworks in the work that we do is very important. And I've noted a few kind of recommendations based on this discussion. One of them being at least the main one, is around not imposing frameworks or language when we do this work, and a particular interest in, I think, and again, true to the theories as well, being more focused around representing social issues as they are experienced by the communities in the context that we work in. There's suggestions around, okay, well, this is an additional way of doing things, right? The tool in the toolbox way, and thinking more about what does it add. And I think we touched on this as well in the synthesis report on what is the actual value of using this concept and an intersectional lens in the work that we do. I think it was also mentioned that there are issues of application and implementation, but we do need to focus more towards action, and I believe Nicole mentioned this as well, moving more towards an action instead of rhetoric, right? So we have these academic discussions around what this means, but actually, what does it mean to actually apply it? And a lot of the case studies did this in retrospect, but I think going forward, understanding the value of intersectionality, I think there's a particular questions have been raised around, okay, how do we actually do this? There's been a lot of conversation around collaborating with different organizations to try and actually do the work that we do. And I think for those of us who work in academia, but also at the same time, Ruth is in the room, so I'm going to speak to you. There is this intention of wanting to influence policy, and I mentioned at the SCIS, we're constantly thinking about what does that mean. But there are specific suggestions here about the kinds of collaborations that might help us to do that, given limitations, in terms of where we might, individually be located or our organizations be located. I think there's a lot of questions, and this came out in the synthesis report, around the flexibility of funding as well, and how that is important to enable us to do the work that we do, but also thinking about intersectionality in development research as beyond just the kind of the research project, but what that actually means for international funding, research funding organizations, or development organizations in general, and where intersectionality can be incorporated in thinking about questions beyond just the project and the actual agenda and what gets funded. I think there's a lot on partnerships, and I do encourage everyone that has participated in this workshop to engage beyond this. I think people have started making connections with each other in terms of the work that we do, and I think we can continue this conversation forward in trying to do the very important work that we all are doing in our spaces. So once again, I want to thank you all for participating in the workshop. We were very fortunate and honored to have our case study authors, some of them in the room with us. We know, Prof. Hanifa from Sri Lanka with us, Sohaila traveled from Egypt to be with us. We know Matt came from the Gambia. We also had a lot of our case study authors who joined online, Kanchan, Srajana, Maren also presented presented yesterday, and also to thank our colleagues across sectors who joined from advocacy networks, our colleagues who are kind of practitioners or in the policy-making space, and academics as well, who added, I think, to the robust discussions that we've had and gave us a lot about, what to think about. If we're saying, as I mentioned at the start of this event, if we're not just doing research for research's sake, how do we actually move forward with that research? What do we do once we've kind of developed all of these studies to actually influence social change and change the world? Thank you also to Samantha Nasrallah, who joined from the IDRC to be here, our speakers from the IDRC, and our funders who also presented at this event. And also Ivan has left, but also thank you to our colleagues also who joined from the Colombian Embassy. I'm looking forward to future engagement and work with you, and feel free to reach out to us with further collaboration and partnerships as was recommended in the session. Thank you.
As we are thanking one another, there is, for those of you who would like, we have a quick wine and cheese outside. If you are interested, it's a snack. It's nothing compared to our arrangements that we had yesterday. So I'm trying to lower, I think we've exceeded. I've had such good remarks about the food and everything. So I'm like, it's cheese. So that you don't expect even more. And we don't disappoint. But there's cheese and wine outside for those of you who would like to stay. And Sibiu has something else. Yes.
You just reminded me with your very friendly personality and description about the cheese. I did also want to thank the most important people that have made this workshop possible. I mean, Avela, Melody, Percy, Pauline, Kitso, Ati. In such a short space of time, I don't think this would have been possible without you guys. I think all of you have engaged with one or all of the people that I've mentioned. So thank you so much. You guys did a very good job, and I'm so thankful that you made this happen. Thank you.